Hello everyone and welcome back to session number 48 of Whispers of the Atheneum presents Echoes of the Forgotten. We're in for a good time. Inspiration this week has been divvied out to Arkva, Terra, and Osiris, and I think we can, further without ado, Darian can start reading what happened last week and get started.
Last time on Echoes, the gatekeepers were confronted by the disgruntled priests of Praestus. Despite believing they'd helped the priests out, they were asked to leave and refused any request if not outright ignored. Selena was the one exception. The priests requested she stay and complete her studies and trial, but everyone else could sod off. This was not met favourably with the party, proceeded to be rude and indignant, at least that's what the priests thought. Selena was overwhelmed with a turn of events and said sorrowful goodbyes to her companions, who mostly accepted her decision. Terra was tricked by one of the priests and spent the rest of the day staring at the ship's mast. As the party was concluding their goodbyes and clearing bodies out of the temple, the body of Edikaz suddenly exploded, knocking Osiris unconscious, leaving behind only a few belongings to be recovered from the charred mess. The rest of the party boarded the ship and set off. Shortly after, Longtail informed them that he is not able to continue ferrying them about as it's too much danger to him and his family. In the process of getting repairs for his ship, he'll drop them off at Ikaya, where they can find a captain willing to take them on. As the day transitioned into night, items were identified and distributed, a show of faith from Osiris for handing off one item to Xavier that he considered keeping for himself. The descent to rest was brought up short by a thud against the ship as a body was recovered from the water. Looking out into the surrounding waters, more bodies could be seen, and the trail of corpses led to a familiar ship that sat silent, floating seemingly empty. Approaching the ship to investigate, they saw clear signs of strife as blood was scattered across the deck. Arkva continued to investigate the ship as Osiris and Christine were drawn towards the captain's quarters looking for whatever happened here, and inside they found a woman sitting in the captain's chair. Noticing them despite the invisibility they concealed themselves with, the woman introduced herself as Sylvie, and upon discovering they were gatekeepers, revealed she was sent to find them and offered them some work, revealing that she herself was a member of the Shroud. The party mulled over the offer, and Sylvie deigned to join them while they sorted out their own business. Gatekeepers cautiously accepted her presence and looted what they could from the ship. Being unable to crew a ship of this size, instead they decided to burn it down, and while discussing their next options and making preparations, they settled in for a long rest.
And we'll switch over. I paused because I wanted to show off some stuff, because we've got a new thing. We're going to use reactive images now instead of a little Discord bar, so everyone's got to pop up and stuff. We had to use Christine version 1 art because unfortunately the version 2 art is sitting down and the pose will not look right with everyone else.
Nor does it really matter. I think both are great.
Did you try horizontally flipping?
Maybe.
She can sit in the air.
She can sit in the air.
That's what you meant, okay.
As you can see, we've got two chibis. These are Zanril and Glitterswole, blur. Slitterslow, stabs people. From our old, on hiatus, probably forever, jokes, Mind of Eldelva campaign. These were also done by Valkyrie Arts, who did Sylvie's artwork. We forgot to mention it, but it's on the little bar over there on the side. But yeah, we're just gonna set up this artwork. So I'm the guy with the hat, Darren's the guy with the pompadour, everyone else is the character. Oh, and new Terra art that she drew.
I like the two offers.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, there's two everyone.
Leading over other offers.
It's, don't look at me and my son ever again.
Yeah.
Exactly the exact same thing.
We're not gonna look at you or your son ever again.
Also, you do have Osiris and slightly shorter Osiris as well.
Hmm.
The Gabe dads. These are their family.
Are we just all surrounding Osiris?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
he's your dad.
Protect him.
Well, he's gonna have high AC then.
Well, I wanted
He's a toe.
to size everyone by height. And Arkva is 5'11". Interesting fact. Selena 5'8", second tallest in the party. Who would have thought?
Selena's not that short. She's like,
No, but you'd think that Xavier would be the second tallest in the party, but he's not.
yeah, you would.
I'm
actually.
5'6", I'm average.
He's 5'6".
Party of short kings.
But yes.
Human male is like 5'10".
So, we are going to get started. We're gonna hand you a long rest, but before we do that, we need Terra to first make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Alright.
Hold it. Well, you fall asleep.
I have betrayed myself.
As you're staring at the mast, it becomes blurry, and as you're nodding off, you fall asleep with your head on the ground in this weird, like, croissant position.
Staring at the mast upside down and just falls asleep.
And with the rocking of the ship, you just like, roll over a bit in your sleep. And
Throughout the night, she's just rolling back and forth across the ship.
yeah,
Luckily, that means you do, in fact, remove the level of exhaustion you would have had, and the long rest is applied. As the 5th of Easter awakens you all, you all eventually rise up slowly, and you're made onto the vessel as the captain's beginning preparations to continue to Ikaya.
Akbar is ready.
yeah. You made preparations the previous night. The ship is ready to go. You basically just need to strike the match, and then the fire will start to spread.
I will say Akbar is actually standing on the other boat, waiting for everyone else to wake up.
The torch already in hand, ready to be dropped.
Oh no, it's not a torch. He's going a bit more chaotic about this.
Yeah. As eventually everyone starts waking up and climbing up the stairs, you all just see Arkville looming over you in the bigger ship, doing what he's gonna do.
Akbar is, well, you're not wrong, he is actually holding a torch, but it's not for the purpose you'd think. Akbar is basically holding a unlit torch up as he sort of looks around at the ocean around them, down the ship, and then just nods to everyone on the anyone that's up on the deck, I suppose. With this flame, I wish to say goodbye to the souls that were lost to the sea. I'm sure some of you had families. I'm sure some of you weren't in it for the glory. Honestly, I'm sure some of you were enslaved. May this flame be a burning honor for you, as he will attempt to channel both the necrotic and the radiant through the torch in an attempt to make it explode everywhere.
As you raise up the torch and you strengthen your arm, you see as like the torch shaft itself starts to crush under your grip strength as radiant light and endows the fire that's there and causes it to blaze. And you drop it on the boat, and with all the oil and the preparations from yesterday, it quickly catches light.
With that, he walks to the highest point of the ship, ready to jump off the back.
Yeah, before as you like doing this, I think Longtail already kind of knows that you're planning this.
Yeah.
And he's been getting the ship ready, so the ship starts to move away from the from Edikaz's ship, and as you do this, it blasts and you do the run, you leap off the back of that ship, probably the front.
Whichever side was easier, yeah.
Yeah, probably the front, and jumping off the figurehead and landing on the rear deck of the ship that you've been leasing for this time.
His inspiration came from Black Flag, clearly.
Yeah, and it's even though it is like still like a 10 or 15 foot drop, it doesn't matter. Who gives a crap? You drop it, you're all good.
He can rage if he needs to nullify it.
You're fine.
He practiced his combat roles, you know?
Yeah. You rolling, as they say. But yeah, the ship starts leaving. Everyone, including the new passenger, aboard as you continue your journey towards Ikaya.
Speaking of that new passenger, I do want to shoot a glare her way.
She's not looking.
That's good.
As you all begin to travel, the captain, Longtail, points out, "It will take about 2 days to get to Ikaya from this position." And yeah, you begin sailing eastwards.
Is there anything you want to do in the 2 days you have to kill?
I'm obviously going to help out.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also attuned to the eye patch.
Okay, cool. Alright, but for the most part, everyone else is just kind of like chilling, not really either like avoiding each other or talking or not really doing anything major.
I'll
try. Oh, sorry.
No, it's all good. I was gonna say, I'll check on Terra Singh. He fucking passed out by the mast. Put a blanket over her to make sure she's warm.
Yeah, Tara's probably the last person to wake up given your exhaustion,
Yeah.
but into the day, you're eventually woken, if not by the sound of moving feet, then by water probably spraying up over the side of the deck. You continue journeying on. The first day comes and goes with nothing eventful really happening.
I think Selena would send messages to people on the first day, so I'm just going to send those to the people that I want to send to, just a private message.
Yeah, go for it.
It's nothing real serious.
Just one quick thing as well for my own sake. Did we discuss exactly what we were doing, like, and where we were going last time?
All you guys really discussed is that you're heading to Ikaya because this is where Longtail's taking you, because he basically told you all you're all too much of a danger to his
Okay, yeah.
family and you're done.
Yeah.
Um,
cool.
And then you have a new captain. You got to find someone else in Ikaya.
At least we
Yep,
gave them
alright.
stuff to sell to make up for it a little.
Yep, you gave him some of the loot.
Most of it, honestly. The physical loot, not the.
You guys also paid him a lot of money.
Mm. Well, he got what 1/6 of what we found.
So yeah, you all travel on for the day. As the first day comes to a close, again, it's pretty uneventful. The day, aside from the few messages people receive, which feel free to respond either
Yeah.
in game or back to her when you get them. Either in game or private, it's up to you. The second day starts. Aside from the skies being slightly more overcast this day, you continue journeying on, and I believe it's early in the day, AJ?
The second day? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
So
early in the second day.
You start to see in the distance a island, a pretty large island, not nearly as big as the first one you'll encounter when you came here, but a very large island ringed with plumes of smoke and shapes of wood and whatnot. As you approach, you see this large jungle island with a mountain off in the distance, barely visible as it starts to rain. Very light, not heavy at all. In either direction, all you can see as you get closer are vessels of all kinds. Ships, barges, like various kinds. Jetties float out into the water, and ships of all shapes and sizes are tied together, floating walkways connecting them together. Huge sailing vessels and that aren't trapped inside this glut of interconnected naval vessels connect these long finger-like docks that stick out into the water, and at the far end, that are the far ends of which are lost amongst the sprawl ahead.
I'm going to roll a perception, even though the fog's kind of deep. I want to see if I can see anything specific.
Yeah. If anyone wants to make any checks or do anything, even just like knowledge or anything. What do you say you're looking for something specific? What are you looking for?
So you said there's like the different kinds of ships and stuff like that.
Yep.
Anything that's, a little out of the ordinary, something sort of unique that I might recognize?
So in the absolute cacophony of ships and woodwork, as the ship gets closer, you see that like it's layered as it goes in, where there's ships parked in front of ships, and these walkways are connecting them. The only thing that really catch your eye out of the ordinary there are these 2 or 3 areas that are pretty much voids where there's no ships in specific spots, like big convex, the interior version, where there's just a big gap of no vessels at all. You would know because, and Osiris, you as well, having grown up here, and Sylvia from the time you spent in the KC, that those are the areas of the shipwrights. The shipwrights have a lot of power in this town, and those are probably areas where they work on ships directly and Thus, no one is allowed in their even patch of water.
It's like a reserved spot.
Kind of, yeah.
Hmm.
As you keep getting closer, the tide of the city kind of makes it shift and twist, kind of like a floundering beast of wood, cloth, and rope. And the cry of gulls that swarm the tops of all the empty sails from all directions just start getting louder. The folks, mainly the scaled variety, move just along as if it's any other day. Only one person seems to even pay attention to your vessel as you start heading in towards one of these long docking fingers, which is just this man who's leaning against a post with a little chest under one foot and a sack next to him. Anyone doing anything as the ship comes into dock?
Just keeping an eye on surroundings.
Yeah. Eventually, after maybe about 20 minutes, your vessel docks and Sharpclaw lowers the gangplank down for you all to disboard, and you see his long tail goes ahead of all of you and heads to the man with the sack.
You see he walks off. While you're all gathering your things, he just quickly heads over to that man, hands him something, and the man reaches into the sack next to him, pulls out something, and hands it back to Longclaw, and then he turns and starts returning towards his ship.
I want to gather up the three of them, the captain and their kids, before departing, if that chance arises. If not, at least the two of them.
The two who are still on the ship basically been tying the ship off, getting it ready, and by the time Longtail gets back, they're done with that, and yeah, you're able to wave them over, no issue.
It might not mean as much at this point, but thank you. I am aware the risks you took for us.
You have done nothing to earn our ire. You all have been great guests on our ship, and if it was any other situation, we would be happy to continue our patronage. But it is just unfortunately a bit much for us. I am sorry.
Akvo will offer out his hand. If
He puts his out.
If our paths ever cross again, let's hope it's gone the good times.
He immediately takes your hands, shakes as well. I was like, if next time if we meet each other, I'll buy you all a drink. Does that sound good?
I'm sure some of them might say no.
I hope not. Now it is not much, but you all have paid a lot more than the service you got, and I would love to pay you back some of the money you all gave me.
I think you should keep it, honestly. You're put through a lot.
Well, I was going to say I would love to, but repairs to my ship will probably eat into some of that, so I'm going to have to keep it. But in payment, I can at least give you some minor advice-ish. The city, if you wish to go normal, just stick to the walkways. If you fall in the water, just climb out. It's normal. No one will laugh. Some people will laugh. But if you see people crossing over the ships, you might not want to do the same. Each ship is considered like the house of captain who owns it, and their rules are law there, not the city's. You can get killed on a man's ship, and he is fine. It's his job. It's his law.
Understood.
Some people will let you cross, no problem. They might have shops and things, or brothels, or other places. It's the place to make money normal. Other people might ask for toll. It's only copper, sometimes up to maybe gold. Just be careful. You all are good sorts. I don't want you causing too much trouble and getting in more trouble.
Akvo will wave back as he at this point, starts to walk off.
One last thing. Speaking of trouble, if you are looking for a captain who can help you with the problems you are all going to maybe create, I don't know how good it will be. He tends to lose his ships every so often, but maybe look for an Ophikius.
Akvo pretends to write that down, knowing how to spell it perfectly.
AJ will post it in chat.
Mm-hmm.
Also known as Ophiuchus.
Ophiuchus, that's how you say it.
No, it's just how they say it in that
A
tongue.
fucus
specifically.
without the H? On the C. Hell yeah.
Look for an Ophiuchus. He might help.
Mhm.
In these ways, as you're walking away at this point, whoever else is like, "Good luck, don't die."
And then he does the awkward thing, like he goes on the boat, says that's all thing, and he starts following behind you, probably about 20 feet. It's like, oh, I need to go talk to the ship right now.
I do wish to also do a small whisper to Osiris. Sort of leaning down to Osiris, and others can hear this if they're close enough. I'm not going to say they can't. We're going to have to spend a bit of time figuring out our next move, aren't we?
Well, the first thing we have to find is another captain.
More, I mean, what are we going to tell them? Are we heading back? Gisline's kind of out of bounds. We taking you home?
Not quite yet. We don't need to be here anymore, I don't think. We've done what we came to do.
Then perhaps we find a place. Perhaps we find a captain, find a place, and discuss as a group.
Sounds like a
Plus, we have other factors at play now. In direct reference to the new black-haired person.
plan. Mhm.
Yeah, you all start walking into the city. Or staying wherever you are. It doesn't matter. As you're moving, that dude who's standing there, he looks at you, like watches you as you walk past, but doesn't make any thing to step out to like stop you or anything. He just lets you walk on past.
What does he look like?
Is just a Yonti man.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing. He's nothing fancy. He's just a basic like carpet python looking dude. Yeah.
Yeah, so what are you guys doing? Why are you docked?
Did we look for lodging?
Yeah, I assume the first thing is to look for a place to stay.
Maybe don't split up on this place.
Nah. Probably best not to split up at all while I'm looking forward, to be honest.
So one thing I'll... You go.
When's that ever backfired on us?
Never, no. The city itself, you start moving through it. I'll say you guys are still over the water. Even those who have like great perception, looking towards the island, you can't actually see the beach. It's just ships. And as you keep moving into the city, this doesn't change. However big the city is, you're not quite sure. It stretches out very far into the water. Moving in, you can ask around or having a look and trying to find things. Finding a place to rest. There are a few options that are suggested to you. They're not great when you go and check some of them out. There's a place that's just called like Jungle Fever, and there's just like the Twisted Hammock, places like that which you go to and you have a look at them, and they don't look good.
Yeah, they're all pretty like squallish environments, and then when you go to inquire about the cost, it's still like the price of a moderate charge.
Perhaps the tower might be a good idea for tonight. If we can find a place on land.
Well, I said that some places didn't sound good. There were other suggestions that you check out that some of you probably don't go into, as you find places like the Shore Leave, or places like the Shore Leave or the Pearl of Ikaya, stuff like that. And approaching them, you very quickly figure out that they are in fact brothels.
Do I know about these places?
Oh yeah, they're not like well-known establishments, but just from the names of them, they're pretty abundant. And when you get close to them, you see men and women boasting their wares, and they offer you can stay there, and like just rent a room and sleep there if you want. They're gonna try and sell you stuff while you're there. You don't have to buy. It's just expensive. And these places actually look decent quality.
When's the last time that I've been in Ikaya? And can I remember which has got the best? What should I roll for that? History?
I have the best of the 3rd level spell.
I mean, that's fair point. But, I'm just going to roll a history just to see if I can remember which one's the more appealing of 3, you said?
There are a bunch. There's heaps of different ones. There's got various names.
You can't summon that thing over water, can you, Osiris?
I don't remember.
Then if we are like rules, if that's the case.
Maybe.
Is there a major presence of a certain organization that yeah,
Which organization?
the one that
One is lacking.
yeah, the one is lacking.
You mean the eyes?
Yeah.
You haven't seen anything here. From what you've heard, from what Longtail told you, like the eyes tend to be in areas where they can be dispatched to like help out places. This place is like borderline lawless. Like there are laws, but the fact is that every single ship has its own rules and laws. So it's like, how do you really govern effectively a place that has a million laws that some of them contradict each other, and some of them only last for about 30 feet?
Okay.
There's no helping this place.
I think I can cast the tower under the water so just the top's exposed and we can go in through the top. Maybe. I don't know. I
We
haven't
could get
tried
run into by
before.
a ship.
How far would we have to walk to get to
I
actual
don't think
land?
the ship's gonna be, what, 20 feet from the great, like, I think the ship's more than 20 feet in the water.
Yeah, it's deep here.
As your question, Sam, as you're moving in, it's only maybe about it's like 300 feet away from the beach.
Okay, that's not so bad.
But as you move towards, like through these winding roads towards the actual beach, you first start seeing actual signs of the island itself. And as you keep going, the roads that you're walking on start to thin out with people, and the closer you get to the island, the less people you're encountering.
That sounds like a good thing to me.
No, I agree.
Yeah, you keep moving closer as like you start moving towards the beach if you want to. There's nothing stopping you. People don't get in your way. In fact, there's less people to be in your way as you keep getting closer.
I mean, if we
Alright.
find proper grounds for the tower, it's probably the best, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you're all going to the beach?
Sure, I cast
Oh.
the tower on the beach because nobody can stop me.
Yeah, you all head.
What if I did? Kind of
The
stuff.
docks. The docks do actually keep going all the way to the beach itself, which you step down. On the beach, you see like maybe a dozen buildings, all of which are like small shacks, and most of which look abandoned. Those who have decent perception notice that a few people in the town who do go this close to the beach are giving you like the side eye every so often, but no one tries to stop you. You can go in there, Osiris, if you want to cast Golda's Tower. You absolutely can. No one tries to stop you or do anything.
Would I know why people seem to be a little side-eye-ish?
You can roll history if you want.
Okay.
Well, that might actually give an answer before I do what I was going to do, but
I don't
Nope.
remember.
good.
It's been too long
yeah,
since you were last here.
While Osiris is setting up the tower, I want to approach the nearest person that was giving side-eye.
Yeah, this is
Quickly roll an insight to see if it's a racism thing because I'm a turtle.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
And racists.
racist roll. Here we are.
With a 10, it doesn't look prejudiced in any way. As you're walking around, you see a couple of other turtles aboard this area, and they don't seem to have any squalls with anyone else here. So it seems to be something different.
Yeah, you do know in the past this place hasn't been the greatest for turtles, like years and years ago, as during the war, Ikaya was the island that was hit the hardest. They had the worst of the time between the turtles and the KC, but that was like years and years ago. A lot of that has mended. But yeah, no, it doesn't seem racist. Just people kind of giving you weird glances. You just going and asking someone, Akfa?
Whichever was giving side eye, that's the one I'm approaching. The closest.
Yeah, there's just like you just walk up to like some kobold, and the like person who's running past, like carrying something under his arm, and you get his attention. He stops, like stumbles to a stop, and kind of backs up a little bit because you're much taller than he is. And he's like, "What do you want?"
I just want to know what the look was for.
Oh, well, he's like looks around, like he's trying to look for a way to get out of the situation.
Oh,
You know,
You're not gonna get hurt if you just give me a straight answer.
what's your passive insight, Jacobo?
Passive insight?
Yeah.
Passive.
Oh, no, just roll insight.
How do you check that?
roll insight?
it's just
Yeah.
10 plus passive, 10 plus roll basically.
Okay.
When you're like, you're not going to get hurt, there's an immediate wave of disbelief. Like, he's like, nah, you're fucking lying. If I say the wrong thing, of course I'm going to get hurt. He's like, well, it's just, it's bad. Just bad. All bad. Everything bad. He just like points to the waves in the general direction of the island.
And that, so it's cursed, you would say?
I don't know. Just, you aren't, not many, cat people or around here.
We won't be staying long. We just need to find a captain, and then we'll be on our way.
Not find many captains at the beach. The boats are stuck.
Yeah, that's fine.
Just, he like looks at you as like, looks around like, can I leave? He's like, don't
got a
go in the
pocket.
jungle. And he just turns and runs.
Oh, I
God,
was going to ask if he had a pocket there, but sure.
Cat's gonna go in the jungle.
Arkfur looks back towards the island, which I assume is a lot more junglish now that it's been pointed out.
Yeah, as you
Oh, I
look,
wish that it's jungle. Like the beach is like only like 20 or 30 feet, and then it's just immediate jungle.
I don't know, I imagine it like, didn't pay attention, but now it's like,
now it's a jungle.
it's like that thing they do in a show where it was there, but now it's more obvious.
Yeah, it's like before it was there the whole time, and now it's when you look over, it's the camera zooming in on the jungle.
It's focused on the jungle and the beach is blurry.
You notice like the underbrush, you're paying attention to it now, given life in the savannah, you know how to cut back underbrush and whatnot. It looks like it's never been tended, or where it is cut back, it's cut back to a specific point and then no further.
and as you stare at like this whole thing, the only interesting the jungle is interesting, of course, but the only other interesting thing is that in the middle of this island there seems to be a large like mountain, like directly in the middle of the jungle.
Can I roll a good feeling check from that mountain?
Feel free to roll a good feeling check,
Vibe
whatever you
check.
think. Yeah, roll a vibe check.
I'm just going to assume that's wisdom.
That's entirely what you think it is.
It's probably loot
You
up
get
there.
vibes. Good or bad, you're not sure, but there's definitely vibes. Whether it's from the
Probably
jungle or mountain.
There might be loot or god up there. We don't know.
You say there's a god up there?
Maybe.
We can
See,
look God up there?
I mean, it looks like a spiritual spot.
See Akva looking into the jungle.
Yeah.
I'm going to look into the jungle. See if I can see anything.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
just perception check or something.
What is it with my dirty 20s?
You have very good eyesight. You're still like you move a bit closer, but you stay far back from the clear cut line, and you look into the jungle, and you don't see anything from the jungle's edge that really catches your eye. You do notice that the sound of gulls and whatnot from behind you is the only sound you can hear, and there is very little, if no, sound coming from in the jungle.
No rustling leaves? No,
Nope.
like...
Aside from when the wind blows through it and the things are awful, there's no movement you can see.
There's a tower coming along.
Takes 10 minutes.
Yeah. As you all like step onto the beach proper and Osiris begins his incantation, as Derek went out, there's like there seems to be like only a dozen of so houses, most of which are empty, and you see that leaning up against one of these houses is like a very old silver scale dragonborn woman.
What was my wisdom?
The vibe check 13.
No, I'm trying to remember what my actual wisdom was now. I just clicked minus.
Oh.
+1.
Yeah, it looks like a +1.
I think that was either a 12 or a 13. I can't remember.
It was 12 now.
I'll let you know when your thing comes up on the cycle again.
Oh, I'll just watch stream. It's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's just this old Dragonborn lady who's just like smoking a pipe or something and leaning against the building, standing in the sun. As you will come off the beach, and Osiris, you cast your spell. I'm assuming you're ritual casting it.
It's not a ritual spell.
Oh, it's
It
not?
just takes 10
Well,
minutes.
You cast your spell, she watches you guys cast it, and then after a bit she kind of gets bored and she like bangs out her pipe and just goes back into her house and yeah.
Use these days have no patience. They're fancy scry orbs that can only be 2-minute videos.
Saying about it like an elderly dragonborn, but you know, accurate because you were told.
Yep.
What do you mean 2 minutes? That can only last like 50 seconds.
How old
before my
is
attention
Osiris
span goes
again?
away.
Cyrus is
Older than the rest of us.
154.
Yeah, as the building sort of either Jengas its way into a thing from falling from out of nothing in the sky, or just typical video game temple rises from the sand beneath.
It sketches itself before then filling in with color.
The tower is formed eventually after 10 minutes.
Oh, that is convenient.
It's the first time I've done it in
Few weeks.
weeks.
We
I
haven't had a
imagine
reason to for a while, to be fair.
I imagine
the
there's not
tower
much
in Gizlet.
coal for a tower and a ship.
Yeah, not game enough to potentially scuttle the ship as a result of it.
So, I suppose she sleeps outside?
Or I could just go back to the whorehouse.
I'll say it's still raining this whole time as well. It's still a very light
Yeah.
rain, but it's still raining.
Well, it was time to go inside because it's raining. Not that I hate the rain.
We need to
May I
talk as a
come in,
group
Osiris?
anyway.
What are you, a vampire? You have to tell me if you
Well,
are.
but not a vampire.
Okay,
Just
Yes.
polite.
you may.
Thank you.
I take it a silver coin and
Max
press it to her
insight.
skin. No, I'm joking.
I mean, you can if you want to.
No.
You all step into the tower. But there we go.
It's a normal tower interior.
Yep.
Maybe a little sandy, but that's it.
You will
You
notice,
never
well,
seen
the
any?
girls will
Oh.
notice when they go upstairs that Selena's like corner area things have been replaced with bland stuff, like typical like hotel room things, and above Christine or on Christine's side table, and we'll say terrace side table as well, there is a small little photo frame of Selena.
That's adorable.
Aww,
That's cute as fuck.
bastard.
Best
Wait,
party dad.
Question. Has Selena's first sending gone out by this point?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, she sent
Yeah.
that pretty much at the start of the next day. You were probably asleep when she sent it, because she was.
I imagine
Waiting.
that maybe you may have woken her up hearing Selena's voice.
Yeah.
Because if that's the case, when Tara sees that, she's gonna pick it up and place it facing down.
Oof.
Oh.
Fair enough.
Well, everyone get comfortable. It's probably best we gather on this bottom floor and talk in, oh, I don't know, looks at wrist.
It's not even midday.
5 furs from now?
I assume clocks aren't a thing in this world.
No,
Yeah,
clockwork,
it's,
clockwork stuff exists.
Clocks are
You
a
just don't
thing.
have one.
Watches are expensive.
Can I create a clock in the tower as part of it?
I would say probably not, because that would be complex machinery.
If you use a 6th level spell, maybe.
You just gotta get an Arisian back and he'll make you a clock. Literally. Also, I got a cat like right in front of the mic, so I'm not sure if you're hearing any of this.
We can hear.
Nope.
Yeah.
I can't remember. You've got books in this tower, right?
There are indeed books. Pretty much every book Cyrus has ever read is within a bookcase that
Is it within like plain view?
I don't have the schematic I drew up of this place anywhere. I don't know where it is, but I think there is a
It disappeared.
bookcase. Oh, is it on the top floor? I think it's on the top floor in the girls' room.
This is a stupid
Very
question, but is it
nice.
possible one of your books is missing?
Uh,
Maybe.
Why?
Just as a reason to know where Arkfur got a book.
Oh, things that I think things that are made inside the tower can't
Yeah.
be taken
Ah,
outside
can't
of the
be
tower.
taken
that's
outside
what I
the
was
tower.
asking, because I
Yeah,
wasn't sure
it
the
turns
rules
to
on that.
smoke.
Huh?
I think in seeing the bookcase, she's just like, "Oh, this is fantastic." You wouldn't mind if I read one of these?
If they're in the tower, I don't mind them being read. The things I don't want read aren't in the tower.
Understandable. She just
Question.
goes over and like tries to find a good book.
How big's the tower again?
Like the inner dimensions are 10 foot first floor, 10 foot second floor.
Okay,
It's a
10
radius,
foot
right?
by 10 foot by 10 foot
By
square,
20, isn't it?
like cubic square.
Oh, 10.
No, 5
Each level of the
cubic.
tower is 10 feet tall, has an area of up to 100 square feet.
Yeah, which is 5 square, 5 square, 5 square, 5 square first floor, and then same on the second floor.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Alright,
Yep.
I'll cast Alarm
Mhm.
on the perimeter of the tower,
Mhm.
which is a 20-foot cube. So, designating us as people that can not set it off.
Including Sylvia?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, they're traveling with us.
That's so
What was that?
reluctant.
Yeah.
I guess. She's here.
Literally just cause.
Alright.
Honestly, it's
And that's how you
understandable if you
die.
don't trust her yet.
As you all...
Kind of met her yesterday.
There's
As...
the man who murdered the whole church.
I trust him more than anyone else, though.
As a...
Our group's funny.
As eventually everyone gets their prep done, like alarm and putting their things away, I assume everyone's like in a semicircle and Sylvia's off like in an armchair reading a book.
She'd stay close by, like once they
Yeah, I don't think it's...
start doing a chat. She's not going to be like, "Oh, I'm off to the side." She'd put the book down and
Okay.
go over.
So you're all here.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. You're, I don't know how to read fur, but you're on time. I'm not the best at these sort of things, but with our, I presume, goal sort of set in stone, we need to figure out what our next move is. And I don't just mean getting off this island, I mean our next move.
In terms of in or out of the Concordant.
I presume we're leaving the Concordant, unless we're going to wait around for however long it takes.
But what about the job we were meant to do?
Well, we got the info, didn't we? Looking to Osiris.
You are referring to the job for your mother, right?
Yes.
Yes. Cool. Did I not? Did I?
No.
No, this is Jeremy.
No.
Did I not tell you?
Nope. Nope.
Oh, okay. That's my bad.
Because that happened literally at the very end of the session, and that's why it happened at the
We
very
did
end of the session.
we did forget that, Darian. We did forget to put that in the
You
recap.
fuckers.
Hey, it's not my fault if they forget.
It's not. It's not your fault.
I didn't forget to put it in the recap. I didn't put it in the recap on purpose because I assumed Jeremy would forget and that would make Kay mad.
I was going on the assumption that he told us on the ship ride, but I'm
Don't
sorry if
make
that's
up
wrong.
excuses just because you forgot.
No, we'll do it now. So Osiris looks at you and just goes, you, "Oh, okay. This is on me. This is my bad.
What?
So I contacted. We'll remember her name.
Maria Ariante.
I did
Yeah,
contact
Ariante.
Maria, and I gave her the information on who took her things. She said that apparently that was enough for her, and
Really?
also your mother's awake.
There's a long pause.
Should we give you a moment to think? We've got other topics to get through.
So you could probably message your mum. I'm gonna let that percolate. As for the rest of us, we don't need to be here anymore. Well, there is a thing, but that requires a lot of planning and resources. So I am okay with waiting longer before going after them.
I'm only asking it this directly because if we go back to anywhere really, there's not many safe places left. Not for you guys. If I were on my own, it'd be fine. I could probably evade people long enough. But I want to try and help clear those bounties eventually.
We're probably going to have to face the music at some point, friend.
Well, you're also the other reason I can't leave.
I hope that my organization can help with the removal of the wanted posters.
So I can propose 2 places we could go from the Concordant here. 3, if you really want a risky one. The first would be we try and contact someone that we can trust in the Empire where we've been. The risk is we would probably have to swim to shore and go on foot rather than docking. Same would apply if we tried to go to the Savannah. There's a brief path that connects to the ocean. We could possibly get in through there. The third is not the dangerous one. The first was. The third place. I know some allies I had in the Dwarf... was it the Scarlet Spear or the Dwarven Expanse, technically?
The Scarlet Spear.
I know some allies in the Scarlet Spear that could help us get back to the Dwarven Expanse.
We're not ready to go back to the Scarlet Spear yet.
Then we'll rule that out and stick with the first 2 options.
I also think the dwarves probably wouldn't welcome us back.
I suppose if you really want to throw it out there, we could try going back to Ghislaine.
Well, here's the thing. I think Christine's probably gonna want to go see her mother, which is fair.
But we can't stay there if we go back.
No, we can't stay there.
Isn't she meant to be teleported to the Amarician Empire?
I couldn't find out. I wasn't told that she had been moved yet, just that she has awoken. And I don't know how headstrong of a person she is to whether she'll go along with whatever Maria has got planned.
I suppose the question then becomes, do any of you feel strong enough to get involved in a war that isn't of our making?
I've already been through one.
I guess I'm already involved in a civil war of sorts.
I've seen my fair share.
Well, I'm glad your resolve is there.
I assume you could probably get help with your Ghislaine situation in the Amarician Empire.
Ghislaine is definitely one of our goals.
Well, Ghislaine is small compared to everywhere else. We need the ability to move without being disturbed. So if we go and do this job, and we have their backing to do whatever we have to do to cleanse these eyes, or whatever it is, that'll allow us to move more subtly in preparation to what we have to do with Ghislaine. Or we use that to help us start a foot in Ghislaine, and then we have some place to work from, but...
Do any of you have a map?
Yes, and I produced the map.
Court's old map.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter if it's outdated, as long as it's a map.
Well, it's accurate. It's the same map that we show on the stream.
Does it always stay updated because of some other bullshit time stuff?
No.
That'd be funny.
It's just that nothing has changed in the world. Like, it's not like a country has gone to war and changed borders.
Okay, you know what? No,
There's
I'm
no
not gonna
dotted
use...
line that shows the current rebellion in the Amarician Empire.
So Arkva, he's not going to draw directly on the map, but he is going to, like, sort of pull out, I don't know, a little bit of crumbs or something, a circle, so just imagine that. So we are here, right?
Yes.
And if we had to head back and help out this war, theoretically, because this is a lot of weeks of travel, a lot could change, we would essentially have to head back to here first, yes?
Not
Yeah.
necessarily.
Probably.
From there, where do we go? And he offers you the crumbs, whoever wants to try and figure out the next part.
Really, nobody have minor illusion?
I am a half-caster, I do not get cantrips.
Someone who
You
does
could.
is a bit stunned right now.
Yeah.
That's why I said I'll let it percolate.
There's a
Wait,
reason
wait.
I'm using hard crumbs, they can be whacked off easy.
Which I think
Burn it into the table.
Okay. Whoever takes the bag of crumbs can draw the next part, but
Okay. I suggest maybe instead of going directly into danger. I'm not sure how bad this place is, but we go there.
Blow the
To the
crumbs off the
Maya?
map on that area and go, no.
I
let's do a
don't
quick,
think we should go
history check.
towards Black Dragon territory.
Just a quick history check. Do I know that place is bad?
we were there.
Do I know that
Even-
place is bad?
Ironically, you're the only one who might not know. But
So
basically,
correct me.
everyone else would know that. Like, everyone knows there's a legend. There's a black dragon in the Festering Maya, and a black dragon big enough to like that it fought with Azeroth years ago.
As much as I like the enthusiasm, I'm glad you took the crumbs to help out with this. We can't
Phone
go
a
there.
friend and see if he's still there, but that's a big if.
Say we theoretically get through the Maya, we still have to deal with the Great Forest. So that's not a good idea.
You did mention the savannah before, though.
Yes, that would be a slightly alternative path. We would have to... Say we make it to Gizlane first as our ideal location. Then we'd have to go, essentially, all the way around to here. Sort of leaving trail of crumbs.
Can I remember much about the Scrublands? Whether or not is the Scrublands a sort of 3 Kreen territory? No, that's
No.
not.
The scrublands are a dead area. There's not really much living there. There's a lot of dead plants and stuff. And it's full of a lot of creatures that don't have much food to eat. So they're particularly vicious.
They tried
There
to
are-
attack us once.
So there have been times when people have tried to make like villages or towns in the Scrublands, and it's never really gone well. Mainly because things from the forest leave the forest into the Scrublands.
Speaking from experience, we passed through there when we went to Gizlane. It's just not an ideal location. We're gonna have to go by boat.
So there's no way that we can go from KC to the Amarisian Empire. Is there any reason to go to Gizlane? That's out of character.
Okay, you could go from the KC to the Amarisian Empire. It would just be a very long trip. Because it would go down towards the Gizlane, and then it would hug the coast of Gizlane, popping around, and then eventually cutting across to the Amarisian Empire, where you would probably be docking at the capital.
I'm just gonna draw this a
Which
little.
is not ideal. So, and there's nothing that's gonna like drop into the savannah either.
There are no docks in the savannah. You guys remember one? Well, everyone except Sylvie, and I think Xavier wasn't there at the time. That was Terra. Huh. Some of you do know that there was a little town right on the edge of the savannah that was popping up, which was a bit weird because it was a Leonin, Leonin's laying permanent, actually building buildings and kind of
Yeah.
fishing, but that was it.
Yeah, what Arkver is proposing is swimming to shore. Essentially.
Sneak.
The same could apply if we went to the Amarisian Empire and drops crumbs on location 3. Which
Why not
is...
We
the
could
Union of
also
Azeroth?
just purchase a rowboat to go with whatever ship will take us around and row in.
Well, I'm saying we're gonna have to go in buying much more. We can't go directly to a city, is what I'm implying.
I agree. I feel like that is just dropping yourself directly into the hornet's nest.
The only place left that I really have allies is Savannah.
I have contacts, but it's impossible for me to get in contact with them at the moment.
So I suppose it'd be best to ask then.
Arkva, with your 3, that's pretty much where the capital city is. That's where Telnorus is, right
Yeah,
there.
I'm sorry, I was
Okay.
trying to split them up, but yeah.
No,
Basically
I'm
along
just
the-
letting you know
along the shore here is where he's sort of implying.
Okay.
Okay.
Anywhere along there, not directly at the city though.
It's not a bad idea if we are all capable swimmers.
Well, there is also, as we said, the rowboat option. That is a bit safer, but it would be a little bit easier to spot.
I mean, money can buy you a lot of things in KC. I'm sure someone might be
I don't
interested
think
with the right price.
problem, honestly. But let's go back a few steps. Our first step is getting from where we are now to 1.
Well, if you want to finish up your dealings in the KC, I'm not going to stop you. I'm sure I can deal with the thing I wanted to deal with anytime. Business first.
I won't lie. Sylvie, was it?
Yes,
You probably won't earn my trust quickly.
I know that.
But if you are coming along with us, then I just hope you can be useful.
I can definitely be useful.
The only reason I'm proposing we do this, plan it out ahead, is because we've run into so many situations unplanned. And quite frankly, I'm a little sick of it. I don't like having to run. I also don't want to sit by and let things fall apart, but unfortunately, time takes time.
Well, I hope that one day I build your trust. Until then, you're all the boss. I will happily go with whatever direction you go.
Look at it this way. If we go here, we're going to have plenty of ship time to bond with everyone here.
It's like a fun little adventure after all. Something I feel like I haven't done in a long time.
That'll be a good chance for me to work on my blueprints. Which brings me to the second thing. Should we have a look around here to see what we can find before we leave?
In the town? Or in the jungle? I saw you looking at that before. Uncanny, isn't it? Very, very quiet.
It's not the quiet that scares me.
I don't know if it's the quiet or the something interesting, risky. Assuming you don't mean that anyway. It'd be kind
It's
of
the fact
foolish
that there's a
to go in the
draw
jungle.
felt to it, but I just glance over at Christine briefly, see how she's sort of processing after like a minute here.
You can probably tell that she's like half kind of like at least watching what's happening, but it's like her mind's like clouded a lot and
All right.
what exactly to do. And honestly, at this point, probably with like things kind of coming to an idea on a consensus, she probably just gets up and walks outside.
All
At
right.
this point, I feel like the meeting is adjourned.
Yeah, perhaps let's... I'll clean up these crumbs quickly and start swiping them off.
I'll allow you all to have your personal time. If you need any questions, I will be in my room.
We've got to find somewhere before we rest, so... Cyrus, or Xavier, or any of you, you want to go for a walk?
I could use one.
I feel like when Sylvie walks out of the room, she looks at Xavier and just winks at him as she walks away.
I got the eye patch on, so I probably didn't notice.
I'm just going to assume that you didn't anyway.
Are you kidding me? You understand that eye pierce gives you advantage on perception checks, right?
Can't see anything.
No, exactly.
Yeah, but he fails. He naturally insta fails at any cues like that. Girl gives him a spell focus. It's fine. Wash behind your ears.
It only works like that if he covers his scarred eye and not the one that he can see from.
Yeah,
And that's what he.
Cover the one he sees from.
Yeah,
his scar eyes
that's
from
what
the
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
His blind eye can't see. As everyone sort of is separating to go do their own things, I think we'll start off with Christine. You wanted to do something.
I have ascending to set off.
Do you?
roll on the table.
Maybe.
You blow up the fucking tower.
Could do. How much hit points does the tower have? Out of just,
A decent amount.
Do I have a thing for this? I might. Let me check. It might be pertinent information.
I think
I
it's
might
just more
summon like 8
standard wall.
flumps.
I think it starts with just standard wall.
Yeah,
wall stats.
it'll be standard stone wall stats. So
Who knows? I might accidentally summon 8 flumps that blow up. Yeah. I have already checked. This is 25 words exact.
mhm.
I accidentally went over like 3. Actually, no, it's a little bit low. But I went over like 3 times trying to make something. Cast sending.
Mhm.
I reach out to try to talk to my mother, and I say, are you able to hear this? Able to understand me? Is it true that you really freed your mind from that manipulator? And that's what I say.
There is a pertinent pause.
There's always a pause when it comes to typing.
Yeah. Damn it, I have to think of 25 damn words now, okay?
Yeah, you're welcome.
Or less.
Listen,
Yeah,
I
scrub.
thought of a 25-word phrase to say or less.
More or less is the key point.
I'm sorry, the person you are sending to right now is not available at this moment. Please leave a.
Does the fact it's in Ghislaine affect if the spell even reaches?
If she's still
Only if they're in the
in the
capital.
main, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're fine out as long as you're outside a certain area.
Couldn't remember that little detail, so I was curious.
Oh, yeah, only in Ghislaine capital.
So you get back a response after a few minutes. They're just, oh, yes. Are you Christine? It's been. I've never actually heard your voice.
I'm going to send another one.
My answer was. Oh, sorry.
You want to do your answer first?
My answer was yes. Ends call.
Nice, great. Yes, it is. I didn't know if you would remember hearing my voice at all when we were getting you out.
That time is very fuzzy to me, but I do remember you. You can't really forget your daughter, even if they try to make you.
Pearl of Power one more time.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I got sorcery points, baby. I could do it another 5 times if I wish. Where are you now? What is she doing to you? Are you okay? Please tell me you're okay.
I'm okay. The bed here is very nice. They give me good food. Maria has a lot of interesting things to talk about.
Spend 5 sorcery points. Once more. We'll be there soon. Hopefully. Please. Please wait.
I don't think I'm going anywhere anytime fast. I can't wait to see you. It has literally been your lifetime.
Probably at that, I think, like, she didn't go far outside the tower. She, just would end up kind of leaning against it and just kind of sliding down.
You
sitting
can
down.
you can roll on the table now if you like.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Like, let me finish my explanation first, motherfucker. It's fine. I'll just roll the table.
Devil.
We teleport to another plane. Teleport to another plane.
Fucking.
All right, keep going, fam.
Alright, so
10 more
and
rolls.
it has to be
How many
50 or
times have you done Ragnarok?
This is the
twice.
second time getting Ragnarok.
I did the other one before as well.
Is this
Let's
the
not
same
get a
you are
point.
coming out of
Was
the tower?
was
too?
Ragnarok in the caretaker's place, or was it the other one?
That was the
The
other
other
forest.
one.
Okay. Alright, number one. We'll go
So
for
this
all
is-
these.
This is
Number
about-
one.
This is about as Xavier comes outside.
Let me do all these first.
I think we're about to be hit by something, Xavier.
Okay, wait, stop,
Three.
stop,
Stop it,
pause.
can I do these all at once first?
You're teleporting, my guy.
Okay, cool. Just sure.
So you need to roll a d12.
One.
A 1. I can't even figure out what plane that is. Keep rolling now.
No, you can keep rolling.
Alright. So 3. Nope.
Roll again.
That's a shame. Alright, 4.
All right.
Up.
Roll a con save.
No, that doesn't count.
Roll a con save.
Alright. I'll be here for a while, maybe. No.
All right, so you skip
I
one.
tied to chaos.
So you skip one. Oh, you tied. Okay. Okay.
Still fails.
You skip one. So
No, your turn still happens. It's just that
she skips one.
nothing.
What am I at? 4? So I skip 1, that's 5.
Yeah.
So now it's 6.
So... No, again, stop
that
it!
You skip that one. 6 still.
Why'd you give me a 1 and a 2?
7.
6. That's 6.
That's 6.
Is it
Now
6?
now up to 7.
No.
Nope.
Technically, no.
Yep.
Nope. That's below. That's 50 or below.
51.
Yep. It's a 7.
Okay.
Okay.
8.
8.
We'll be here for a bit longer, guys. 9
9.
again. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me roll
Wait,
a
roll-
con-save.
Yeah.
That one's better.
Alright,
Okay.
past that one. Number 10 is you become blinded. At the start of your next
So,
turn. Roll a
as
d4 as well. Sorry.
so
Okay,
as
sure.
so as quickly as you come out, can we have the saving throws from both Jakurva and Akva and
What are they doing?
Xavier?
What saving throw are we
Charisma
doing, sorry?
saving throws.
Charisma.
Yep.
Oh, I'm great at those. Why do I have?
If you have
Just those
advantage
two.
against being frightened,
No, oh, it's because of Watcher's wheel, which should not be there.
Okay.
What's
So
a
you
5,
dropped to 5.
so you fail.
So as both of you step
you know
out,
what? I'm gonna say that I've got people and I've got standards.
okay. As
You know what? Can I burn my inspiration to take it?
Yeah, you can
Yeah.
roll your inspiration to roll again if you want. And actually,
Yeah.
then you get a 17.
Yeah, okay.
So yeah, you're fine.
so
Let me just burn the inspiration. Say that's what happened.
as both of you step out, you see as all of Christine's hair is like untangled, rising up in the air, glowing this glowing blonde, and her eyes are all like pure white light coming out, and then she's disappeared. After which, where does she go, Darren?
You disappear, Christine. You appear inside you appear standing in the middle of a street, with incredibly like well-paved roads and like it's pure white stone and marble leading off into the distance, and you see these large, like it's hard to describe. Basically, leading on until the end of your sight are these very large, like theater-like buildings on either side.
Amphitheaters.
Yeah, but amphitheaters like open air theaters.
Yeah.
So there's very large like theater-like structures on either side, and they have little like placards over the names of the entrances, and they just keep going and going and going all the way into distance. Make me a quick perception check.
sure, why not? Wow, actually surprising.
Right. With a 16, you quickly glance around from where you are, and you try to look at some of the placards. And as they like go on, you're able to spot some that like kind of draw your attention, and you realize that the placards are the names of people who have died.
At that point,
Oh.
you keel over, for your
And you're stunned
stunned.
for 1 minute as you poof back into.
For a round.
1 round.
But she returns.
Yeah,
back
she returns
into...
back. After which, you can't see. You give someone some divine favor, so you can pick whoever out of both Akva and Xavier, and we'll say maybe Osiris at this point's made his way to the door after saying that.
Akva can take any gifts.
You then can see forever with the true sight. And then immediately you can see through the fog cloud that you casted on everyone who cannot see now because of the fog cloud.
No, I don't get the true sight. That's 50.
Oh, that's 50?
50 skip.
So yeah, so now you've
dropped
got
the fog cloud.
so you've dropped the fog cloud, blinding everyone.
Everyone.
You then
You rolled D4, so you got a 4th level spell
That's
slot
not
back,
bad.
which runs down to a 3rd level.
Oh,
So you got
and
a 3rd level
then
spell slot.
and now you're blind. Then you become blind.
Just because I'm in the tower?
No, you're in the tower, luckily.
Yeah.
so I not only am I blind by the fog, I'm also blind.
Yeah,
Wait, am I blind?
you're
No,
blind.
She is blind.
Well, I guess technically you're not blind because of true sight into the magical fog, but yeah. You can see that you can see her position. It's light. Yeah, you're light. She's lightly obscured everyone. That's outside of the tower, or they're coming to go outside of the tower.
Weather rolls in fast here.
I don't. I know. Just... Christine, are you okay?
Your vision has come back to you at this point,
Yeah.
but you can still see
I
it.
imagine it didn't really matter that she was blind because she kind of had like her hands just like over her face, just like just in thought, in question, in like just everything all at once.
If you can hear us, I think what Savio is trying to say is, are you alright? Would you like to come for a walk with us? Clear your head in the fresh air.
I think I'll be all right. I might forego going though, if that's okay. I need time to think.
Of course, we'll be back soon.
With
like-
your true sight and the other people there, you notice this has not gone unnoticed. A few people who aren't on the beach have like stopped to look at the fog cloud and everything that just suddenly happened, and then as the fog cloud starts, like, as you start to move out of them, they quickly turn and start walking away, like off into the city. They're like, nope, I'm not dealing with that. They just leave. This is a very like noticeable thing.
As everyone starts to like peter out, I think we were going to split off, but I think with the Ragnarok, we might take a quick Brio break now, and then do the rest after.
You're welcome. I can still cast more sendings now. Great.
Yeah, cast one more sending.
Afraid to let you do it.
So everyone having fun.
Yeah, be right back.
Why Ragnarok again?
Cause it's funny.
I know it is, but this table, why? Why do you know me? Why'd you also roll a 1 and a 2? You could have saved those. Bastard. I just really wanted that transformation.
Really just wanted to become an angel. Or a
No, I wanted to
devil.
become a devil.
I'm gonna quickly BRB.
How dare you? God. Well, that went about as well as I expected it. Not gonna lie.
Could have been
Yeah.
worse.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it could have been worse. It could have been the what was the opposite of Ragnarok?
Good times.
Calamity. Which just sounds better, honestly.
Yeah, I totally forgot that he hadn't told you yet. That's my bad.
No, I understand that, and I was meant to like ask before / like as we were starting, but I have been so sick, like these past couple of days that my brain forgot to ask, and it's like the session was already going, conversation was already happening. I'm just like, nah, fuck it. We can wait. I'll just prepare, like, because I already knew I wanted to prepare sending. I wanted to swap out one other spell, so like I had the spells ready to go when it came up.
Mhm.
So it's not your fault. Plus, I didn't include it in the recap. So blame Darian.
Okay.
He's not even at his computer.
I know, that's why it's easy to blame him, because he's not here.
He's still listening. He's
I
always
know, I
listening.
know he is.
He's gonna say some like snacky quip when he gets back. You know he is.
Yeah, that's when I'll disappear just before he says it.
Oh,
It's not your fault, buddy.
Yeah, I don't think we're ready to do the cartel.
You don't think we're ready to go
No,
take on the entire pirate
no,
confederacy?
no.
how am I ever going to find out where Flint is? She doesn't care. She'll
That's
do
a
it
real
later.
that's a real shame. So you don't want to go take on some pirates?
I don't think we're ready.
I could charm my way to the top.
Uh-huh.
I could too.
Mine's forceful.
I think we all
I
at
actually do
least, like,
have all of those.
like a little bit-
Earn my way to the top.
Nice.
a little bit of meta. I think
I'm
we'll
back.
need at least one more level.
I'll be
do
right back.
agree.
It's a good time.
Yes, sir.
So, like, is Osiris planning on just like leaving the Isles and not going back for the ex-wife's anniversary?
Oh, we still got time.
Like a week and a half?
2 weeks.
Okay.
2 weeks, yeah. Also, I'll say, you say you're not ready to do this. You guys did eviscerate one of the lieutenants of the cartel.
Yeah, but the thing is, he wasn't expecting to see us there, and he is not the more combat-centric one, like the other one.
He
who
never got a
I
chance.
assume is.
Poor man didn't get a chance.
Also, is the one I'm after a lieutenant or in charge of it all?
The
Do I know
dude,
that?
well, the dude who, from what you know, no one really knows who the head of the cartel is.
Ah, it's one of those.
It's one of those situations. The dude you're going after, even though from the information, he's one of the lieutenants. Lieutenants are like seconds, it's like a group of second in commands.
I'm back.
Also say, when I said the name to us to Akbar, if everyone wasn't aware, all of you heard that name. It wasn't just him. The Afugus. Who every
What?
time I say it or hear it, I just think, oh fuck ass.
Oh, fuck my ass.
Whoa.
Ophiuchus.
Oh fuck ass!
Oh,
Oh,
fuck.
Fucus.
Ophiuchus.
We got to the 22nd.
Yeah, it's currently the 5th. I will say, you know that going from here to the city you want to get to in Ghislaine is a 7-day trip.
Yeah.
That was it's 14 plus 5 is 21.
Yeah.
20, no, 19.
14 plus
Basically,
5 is...
yeah, I think what might happen is if we leave, it's going to be a high chance we're going to miss it.
Well, I believe what we'll do is we'll go down, we'll get you to see your mom,
That's
Okay.
let's see how that goes, and then maybe go back.
Oh, it was the 5th when we started AJ, wasn't it?
yeah, so it's the 6th.
It's the
now.
7th now. Oh, actually, it's the 6th, yeah. 'Cause we put the date as the start of the next day.
Yeah.
So it's now the 6th.
You said it takes 7 days to get to
Yep. That'll be the 13th.
not Stormcaller's Bay, the other one.
Yeah, Stormcall.
Stormclaws is where you want to go. Yeah, Tempest Bay.
Same thing.
That's the
That's what I-
closest city to
that's
the
what I was
KC.
thinking.
He was
that
trying to
takes a
figure out
week.
travel time.
A week
Yeah.
from the capital, which was whatever the hell it's called.
It was a week from. It's a week from here to where you want to go see things, Mum.
And then we gotta go from there to the Empire after probably another day. And then maybe deal with the war, and then maybe Pride Games to, wrap it up nicely.
Like, theoretically, if you were to leave today from the KC, you could get to Tempest Bay, and then leave the next day from Tempest Bay back to here, and then from here to your home, and you would be arriving on the 23rd, probably.
Oh.
If you were to leave Tempest Bay the same day you arrived, you would there, and everything went perfect. You would get to back to your island on the 22nd.
Oh, you have time.
Okay,
He
so
does, yeah.
what we'll
Shit.
do is Osiris will accompany you down, and then when we get there, Cyrus will go back on his own. Yes, that's fine.
Well,
I apologize, by the way, if sick voice makes me sound more grumpy than usual.
Go high
No, so
five.
good. Who's not Rebby? I saw some. I thought everyone was Rebby, and then someone's not Rebby.
Well, I mean,
I'm ready.
I'm ready. I just put a cross down.
it's a Dimmy?
Timmy?
Same yo.
It's probably Dimmy.
I guess
Cross
that's Timmy.
life.
Who's the other one though?
Bob Cameraman.
Bob Cameraman, of course.
Good old Bob.
Yeah. I'm not trying to shoehorn you guys into actually having a plan. I just think it's nice to have one for once.
It's always good to have a plan.
Listen,
Yeah,
not
it's
like
a
not
good
having
plan,
plans
Darren.
and they're beating you guys in the arse.
So far, our lack of plan has actually gotten us to work for other people a lot more frequently.
I think our half plans still get us to where we need to be, though.
Yeah,
I think the half plans succeed better than your no plan because the
Yeah.
no plan got you all captured.
Edging
Yeah.
the feed in your voice just then was intense.
Oh, it's just that you guys are doing the one thing we didn't plan for.
planning?
We have notes, we've got ideas, but it's not something that we're like, this is what they're gonna
Oh.
do this week.
You assumed we were going to stay in the KC.
Well, we usually try to guess about 2 or 3 things the party will do. None of them will leave the KC.
Well, do we have a reason to stay outside of helping Osiris and potentially waiting on Selena?
I
That's
don't
gonna
think
be a
that's
while.
worth waiting.
I mean, if you wanted more to not know what's happening, don't read what I just sent, AJ.
It's going to take a couple of weeks at the least for her just to rehabilitate the priests and get
But
them
I-
like off the drugs.
I know you're not even gonna tell us what your plan is for that either. You're just gonna do it.
Whole turkey, throw everything out.
Yeah, it's okay. You can just reunite with us in the future. I'm sure you're
Right.
Oh, everyone's here? Alright, okay. Let's jump back. As so Group B is consisting of Xavier Arkfor. Anyone
I don't know if
else?
Osiris is coming with us or not, but the offer was to anyone to come for a walk with us. Xavier's the only one that actually said yes, though.
Yeah. Well, anyone else going with you guys then?
I'm going to go out a little later when the nightlife gets a little heavier just to sort of listen into a few things. But for now, she's just going to read and just wait.
Alright. So where are the two of you going then?
They're just on the reservation.
I've got to turn you back up.
Okay. Where are you going on your leisurely stroll?
I do not know.
Well, I wanted to go find something to raise everyone's spirits. I just didn't want to say that directly.
We're going to buy grog.
No. Wait, why are you here?
She's not. This is out of character.
I wanted to go find a fish. A big fish.
I remember the fish days. I remember.
Yeah, you can
I feel bad with Dragon Savior into this.
you can find some small fishing vessels to buy fish from, yeah.
Yeah. And also I want to talk to Xavier, since it's just us for the moment. So, Hothead. We haven't always gotten along. I'd say we've improved on that a bit. Good talk. Good talk.
I think I heard him say BR. I think he
Did he
said
actually?
BRB like very faintly.
Okay.
That's not helpful.
Distant BRB.
Okay, well, we'll focus on the fish first, I guess. So you said we can find a vessel.
Yeah.
It's like this place is pretty big. You can tell that, given their lack of use of the island, they probably eat a lot of fish or traded goods. It doesn't take long. You have to go to like the other side of the town essentially, which only takes like an hour of weaving through ships, pretty much. Not even.
Yeah.
And then you can find like a lot of areas that are like fishing vessels and stuff that are going out or coming in, and an entire jetty of people like selling their wares.
I approach the merchant and I'm just like, what fish would you recommend for, just a nice meal? Feeds the spirits of a big group.
Darren Google's tropical fish.
That's alright.
Just make one up. Make one up.
No.
No.
Well, the
I
offer
don't-
was there. If Tara wants to tag along, she can.
Yeah, let's say it's Terra came, so Rex is not silently by himself.
5 tastiest tropical fish is probably a good website to go to.
Hmm.
Well, if I'm gonna suggest a fish to you, I would recommend probably something like a yellowfin tuna or a wahoo, maybe even a mahi mahi or a dorado.
Hmm. I am familiar with tuna. I know how to harvest them fillets and cook it up over a fire.
Big fish, a lot of meat. Well, a lot of fish, I guess. Kind of hard to catch. Not the cheapest meal. It's a bit of a delicacy.
I don't
But,
know. That's not the price. Wasn't what I was as worried about. I was just worried if you had something that I could offer that would feed. Right, and he starts counting on his paw. 7 of us.
Well,
Tuna's big.
7 people. Tuna is pretty big. I think maybe 1 or 2 fish will easily feed a group of 7.
Mhm.
For an adult one, these waters, I'm gonna say 20. I don't have one right now myself, but I know a guy who got a few. He caught them yesterday. Should still have some, but they're gonna probably cost you about 20 gold.
Oh, that's fine. Can you point us in the direction?
No problem at all. It like points down to a different fisherman down. This dude's like a total man. Like he points to a different one down there, and this is like a water genasi man who's like got a different shop like halfway down the jetty, and he waves when he sees the total guy pointing. He's like, he'll take care of you. He fishes a bit further out than I do.
Oh, and GP for your trouble.
Takes the gold piece, like mighty kind. Bites it, tucks it into his hat.
Yeah,
Yep.
me too.
Heading up over to the next people, I will bring up what I was saying to Xavier and
Yes.
Tara if she's listening, because she can overhear this being with us. So, Hothead,
Aye.
it's I don't say it often, but it's kind of nice that we're not as spiteful of each other recently.
I don't think I've ever been spiteful of you.
No, I'm more meaning I think you understand what I've had to deal with.
I've always understood what you've had to deal with.
We're not very good at this talking thing.
No, you are. It's just the people you're on the run from. I never thought it'd stab me in the back like that.
It's only a select handful. Although, I am curious. Someone new coming in to join us. How do you feel about them? The same to you, as I sort of glance back at the one following behind us.
Tara's she just kind of looks. She's just kind of quietly walking, holding her arms. Just shrugs, and then just looks back to looking around.
Just remind me how tall Tara is. She's short,
She's
right?
small. She's small. She's not a big girl. She's 4'11".
Yeah, you're a foot over her.
Well, seeing as how brief encounter with her over the day or so that we've been with her. Very sharp. We knew exactly who we were. I mean, I guess they would have told her anyways, but she seems to have enough information and has ways of getting more. At the moment, she's as much of a threat as she is an asset.
Yeah,
At the moment, I'm being very tentative.
well, I'll make sure not to poison her food tonight.
Please don't.
Anyway,
Given what we've just come back from, please don't.
no, that's why I took us for a walk. I want to get your help with preparing something to cheer everyone up. That's why we're to go to this fish merchant over here. Speaking of, neither of you are allergic to fish, right?
I've had fish only, I don't know, once? I think I've had fish. Have I had fish? Gods.
Yeah, probably.
Kara just shakes her head.
I vaguely remember you eating like a fish stew and being like, "What is this?"
Alright, well, we'll approach the merchant at this
Oh
point.
yeah, it was poisoned. That's right.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah.
The last time I had fish, I was poisoned. So
Yeah, you approach this water genasi man, who's
You like,
water genasi.
yeah.
Is
Not
he
everyone here is a. Not every single person here is a. What's it called? Is it like a scaled folk?
Has he visibly? Sorry, has the merchant visibly got all their or some of their stocks out to just to sort of show off?
Yeah, it's like the stock is on his ship, but it's like he
Right,
has
yeah.
these like display crates set up with like fish, like kind of just like set up in areas where you can see like the recent catches.
Mhm.
And
You
when
see
you go
that-
up his,
I was gonna say, you see that one there, Xavier? That's what we're here to get.
Okay. I cast detect poison and disease.
no, they're not poisoned or diseased. It's fish. The dude, when you literally point at the fish after you're after, and he, without even saying anything, just starts wrapping it up.
You got
Okay.
more than one of them, friend?
Like, yeah, okay. And he like picks up a second one of the same size and is wrapping it up, and is like, anything else?
Are you buying tuna?
Yep.
You don't wrap a tuna, my guy. It's too much paper.
It's like
Not in a
a
paper,
meter
dude.
or two long.
It's
Like
fine.
not in literally paper. It's like freaking putting it in like a net thing to carry. It's big.
You know how big a tuna is?
That's what I was complaining about. I just heard, I heard wrapping.
Feed like 20 people.
I heard.
Anyway,
I,
Upselling. That's what I said too.
no,
Yeah.
no, we're just after the couple of tuna. I was told you're reasonable in your pricing.
Yeah, absolutely. Not many people buy 2 whole tuna. It like looks at the 2 whole ass tuna. It's a lot of tuna.
There's a reason I need a lot.
Well, to each their own. Like 20 up. I'm assuming you just pass over the 20 gold.
Yeah, I'll just hand him a couple plat.
Yeah, this shit, like you can't like have this in like a bag. So he basically just hands you a net. Like
You know
a
what? I'll
ba-
give him a whole extra plat just for putting it in a net.
Okay. So he gets 30 gold equivalent for it. He takes it. He looks really confused at the platinum coins, but he's like, takes them anyway. And yeah, you get 2 whole ass freaking yellowfin tuna and a fishing net.
a tuna is 4 feet 11 inches. You have a tuna
Okay.
as bigger as your friend.
That's fine.
The size of Kara.
All right,
You
Xavier.
have 2 of them.
Give me the fish.
Actually,
the only
I was.
person who might know how to prepare a tuna like this is Cyrus, because
Well-
none of you have dealt with tuna before.
I believe we dealt with a smaller type of tuna back on the beach,
And-
but.
Is this tuna big enough to wield?
It's 4 foot. Yes, you can wield a tuna.
Wasn't gonna
I
ask you
will
to carry it,
wield the
Xavier,
tuna.
but I do need both yours and Tara. You're here. That's really good. When we get back to the beach, we're gonna go behind the tower. We're gonna set up a small campfire.
Are we gonna
Now.
burn the tower down?
No, you're good with fire, and I assume you're good at helping me carry things and set them up on a damn pole to cook.
Yes.
Because we're going to cook these up. We're going to
Alright.
prepare them with a basic array of maybe a basic sauce, and we're going to serve them up to everyone tonight.
Alright.
Question: are there like palm trees or like trees with like like banana leaves sort of style? Like how some people put like roast
They're
banana leaves and crap like that.
they're less like that and more like rainforest trees.
It could still work.
Like those giant palm trees might grow on a beach, but it looks like everything that is any vegetation on the beach is gone. Like all from one, like from everything you can see, there is no vegetation on the beach anywhere. And then yeah, as soon as the jungle area starts, it's just immediate thick vegetation, like straight from that point back.
So are there like trees or like leaves big enough that we could like wrap and cook the fish in?
Yep.
Probably, yeah, definitely. These are
Probably what we're
big
going to
fucking
have to
trees.
do, honestly. All right. Also, thank you both for coming to help me with this.
So you guys go into the jungle a little bit to grab the tree leaves.
As minimal as we can, and obviously watching whoever grabs them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you all like stand there for a minute, you start heading in. that old dragonborn lady who's like come out again to have another pipe smoke, like watches you and like she like throws some sand in your direction and is like, "Don't be stupid! Don't go in the jungle."
Tara will wild shape into like a sort of decent sized monkey to climb up the trees and like throw down stuff.
Oh, that girl turned into a monk. Nope. She just goes back inside.
Never mind. Xavier, I can keep holding this. Can you prepare a fire big enough to prepare these on? Not too tall.
Sandpit fire.
It needs to be relatively like a flat fire, if you get what I mean.
Do a sandpit fire. You ever done a sandpit fire?
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Have I ever done any of these fires?
I'm sure you have at some point. But even in your training, you would have learned how to make different types of fires in different areas.
I will go and make a fire. I will go
Alright.
grab the wood from sticks that are on the beach. If they are not on the beach, then I will not venture into the jungle because that's a bad idea, but probably the outskirts of the jungle to grab fucking that.
I'll say, Tara, going into the jungle a little bit, you did to go up the tree. Nothing happens.
Are there any like fruits or kind of like natural vegetation foods you could find and harvest?
Make a survival check.
Okay, good. I'm so glad that you didn't see nature. Oh, okay, that's 2 nat 1s. I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Oh,
I
go
don't
for
want
it.
2 nat 1s in a row.
That's a lot better.
Yeah, it's better.
Yeah, you climb up the one tree where you grab those leaves off of, and despite there not being any like banana trees around, you do see deeper in the jungle other types of fruits. You're not sure of their names because you've never really seen them before, but to other people, they're essentially like mangoes or like papayas or like stuff like that further in to the jungle.
From her height, she'll kind of like a monkey swing around in the trees to get to those and just start harvesting them and kind of holding them up and go back down to Chakruva with like a
Yeah,
decent one.
as you go a bit deeper into the jungle, can you make me a perception check?
Oh.
Is this gonna be my 3rd nat 1? Okay, good.
Oh, pretty good. You have to go a little bit in. The others would probably lose sight of you as you go further into the jungle, just because you're a monkey. Like, this is a very thick jungle. You go in to find them. When you're at the tree, we start collecting a few of these fruits. You look further into the jungle just to have kind of a glance at the surroundings, and the only thing you really notice that catches your attention is probably like a decent bit away, far enough away that from that position you wouldn't be able to see the beach or anything. You just see a skeleton.
Is there anything around the skeleton, or is it just a straight up skeleton on its own?
It's just straight up, like from your distance, it's hard to see like what they're doing, but you just see like a skeleton lying on the ground.
I'll move a little closer to get a look at it. I'm curious.
Oh my fucking god.
Oh dear.
Tara is curiosity killed the cat.
Yeah.
Yeah, make just maybe like a medicine check then.
Medicine?
Just have an idea of some. It's a skeleton.
Oh, that's a bit depressing.
You don't really know much about like how people die or anything, but when you move a bit closer and you're kind of like still a little keeping a distance, but you're looking down and it just looks like someone lay down and there's a body of someone just lying on the ground. You don't really see. It's one of those moments where you realize you don't hear the sound of jungle creatures again.
Tara will climb down with her fruits and stuff, grab the skull of the person, and take that as well.
As you go ahead and try and pull it, you see that as like you go to inspect closer, a lot of the foliage has sort of wrapped around the bones at this point. So whoever it is has been here for a decently long time, you think.
And there's like nothing around them, like no items or anything attached. Just bare skulls.
You see like what looks like a very rusted knife, that would have been at their hip, but just seems to have kind of slumped off to the side over like the years I've been here. There's tiny traces of like rotted clothing that's probably just decayed in the weather and the wind. But it just looks like a person who was just lying down.
I'm so nervous.
Tara will take their skull, and then she'll head back with her fruits and stuff with her new skull friend.
Yeah, you take the skull and you leave. You head back towards the beach. You just climb back up the tree to kind of get a idea of where you came from, and then you just head back out. And yeah, you get back to the beach.
And as suddenly just a monkey drops in front of Jakuba with no warning.
Yeah, with like a big old leaf to cook the fish in, an armful of, I don't know, papayas, and a skull.
You're back. Good.
Where did you get the? Where'd you get that skull?
She puts like a hand in the monkey hand in the skull to make the mouth move and just clanks it together.
It's a dragonborn skull.
Yeah.
Even better.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, it's slightly larger than a human's, and like you just clack it, and it looks weird to everyone else.
Ooh, idea.
I also
You-
have an idea.
I was gonna say work on an interpretive show for tonight, but what's your idea?
I mean, it'd be kind of very insensitive, but it looks like it'd make a cool helmet. But
If you want to go that route, discuss it with Tara. I'm gonna start preparing this, and then I may have another task for both of you.
okay. But first, Terra, when you are able to talk again, could you tell me where you got that skull and where the body is?
She points back into the jungle.
How far?
She hands the stuff off to Jakuba, so her hands are free minus her skull. She still has a skull, and she just like makes a big length for her hands.
Okay. Did you see any tracks?
She shakes her head.
Okay. How about we cook the fish and we go inside the tower. I don't want anybody, you know, succumbing to whatever beast might be, you know, going out of the jungle to kill people.
At this point, Tara will turn back into Tara, and she'll look at him, kind of cross her arms, and go, "The person was dead long time ago, and they weren't killed by anything."
So they just went to the jungle to die.
They just laid down and died, apparently. All their clothes are like full on rotted. They've been there a long time.
How long is a long time?
How long is a long time, gods? Or
Well,
am I too
none of you are forensic investigators. Even Xavier, with your knowledge of like crime stuff, I don't think you could really tell exactly how old a skeleton is just by like the bones.
Would I have a basic idea of how long it would take for like clothes to have rotted that much? Like, you know, just be like, hey, maybe like 100 years or something.
Probably not 100 years. It's a case of like this has probably been there for a year, if not more.
Okay.
Like the point where the body is fully decayed, and like the even the point like the metal is rusted and like the clothes have pretty much fallen into nothingness.
Yeah, and the skull is still relatively strong. It's not like crumbling in your hands or anything, so
That's like
it's,
a couple of decades in a
Yeah.
dry environment like that. Old ledge environment, sorry.
Will this skull fit over my head?
You're small, so with great difficulty, you could probably put it on your head, but it wouldn't fit the whole way down.
it
Sharp bits.
it
It would be really uncomfortable too.
it make comical sounds doing putting it on or off.
Also, with your horns, it definitely wouldn't fit.
Could I have the three of you roll perception for me?
Sure. And then I wish to give them that secondary task.
Yeah.
Well, I'm rolling generally fluidly.
Well, you're putting on
Yep.
the skull, obviously.
So Aqua's really the only one that hears us, but the old dragon's like, the monkey came back with the skull. I know this place was cursed. Why go into the forest?
You're not even 18, Kahina?
You're on 12.
You turn to look up and like she's like peeking out of her door at you all, and then says that and is just like shaking her head and she like slowly does the old lady turn.
So this was not a one that replied on site. This was a sound one.
Yeah,
It's a sound one.
it's a sound one.
Okay.
Arthur's got good ears.
Yeah.
Tara's skull over her ears right now.
Since you two are seemingly busy, I'm gonna be out here for the last time I cooked tuna. It took me probably about an hour. This could take a bit longer, but I need both of you, or at least one of you, to go procure a nice drink to go with this.
Drink.
Can you manage that? I mean, you
Have taste buds, Xavier. Do you know what they are?
Yes, I know what a drink is.
I don't trust him.
Roughly what time is this?
This is like, for them going out and coming back, it's only like a little past lunch.
I think at this point Sylvie would probably walk out. She was planning on going out. Somebody said drink.
More planning something with these two, but how well do you know your drinks and what they go with?
Yes. I'm more than happy to give recommendations. I was
Well-
planning on going out and touring the town.
Send her with Xavier. I trust her more than Xavier.
Actually, you know what? That's a good idea. Tell you what, I'm going to, and I'll approach Sylvie. The fish is not cooking yet, so got a moment. How much do you think a good couple, how much do you think a couple bottles of wine might cost? That would go nicely with the fish. Say, somewhere, I think it was when I was in training, I heard something like red wines tend to go better with fish.
Red ones definitely do go better with fish, especially tuna. Tuna is a darker meat. I think something a little bit on the deeper end. It's been a while since I bought alcohol in the KC, but I'm more than happy to pitch in for that one.
This is not something I'm asking others to pay for, so
It's fine if you.
I'm going to give you a couple plat and couple plat and some GP. That should hopefully cover it. As I'll hand over to you. I don't honestly know if this will be enough, but you can do the math.
Okay.
And that's what gets handed over to you.
Okay, I'll just add that for now.
Yeah,
Well,
I've not
I'll
got to
see
do
what
the
I can
math.
find.
You know what, though? I'll actually go back in, check around. I think I might have something to look at.
Okay, well, consider this a task. Don't say to anyone else in the group that doesn't already know what I'm doing.
Okay.
And Xavier,
Yes.
if you notice any of them try to come around the back here, I already can't stop this one, but try to give them a reason to not come looking.
Oh, what, you're going shop? I was going to go shopping as well, but okay.
No, I'm just saying, if you see any of the others, distract them, is what I mean.
Okay. I'll leave you in the trusty hands of my dear companion, as I let Slera look at the fire.
So Xavier's coming with me, or Xavier's staying?
Yeah, I'm coming with you, but I'm keeping the
Okay.
dog there.
That's fair.
Thank you. Tara, you're staying with me, are you?
Well, I gotta set up the fire. I don't trust you guys, if I'm gonna be totally honest.
That's fine. Well, if you're staying with me, you can help me keep an eye out and cook.
I actually enjoy cooking. It's to do with fire, and things with fire are good.
We're not burning it, understood?
I don't want to burn it.
Good. Your idea for leaves was a good idea, by the way. I appreciate that.
Like I said, I do actually enjoy cooking and food.
Alright, well, let's call this Operation, High Spirits.
Operation Yellow.
Oh, I did that.
As the two of you go off to go and get some alcohol, we'll just make it a bit quick. You can purchase some whites and reds wines. There's also mushroom rime that hangs from a toque, and some other tropical fruit wines that they've made in different countries. None of them are Ghislanian red good. They're never. That's a really hard market to beat. When you fucking magic your fruit to be the most delicious they possibly can be, and then make wine magically.
There's no Ghislanian reds anywhere. They haven't gotten it over into the KC.
Oh, not here.
You could make, it's like not here. If you would find like proper like high quality wine, it'd be in like Osklezu or something. But like you also know that if Osklezu and that main island, they actually grow their own wine, like grow their own grapes. Turns out, as I just googled and found out, tropical climates are actually pretty good for certain types of grapes.
But yeah, you can get decent wine. It's not going to be high class or anything, but it will do the job of matching with food.
going to be better than that swill that I drank on the ship.
No, that swell's better than this one because that's base. That was baseline Gislanian red.
Okay. She's starting to do a little bit like mulling it over and sort of figuring out what she's like going to do the best. Do I need to make any rolls to?
So if you're buying wine, if you're actively choosing to not buy the mushroom wine, then it's probably going to cost you like probably about 20 gold for like 2 decent bottles. It's decent, like it's not bad wine. It's just like it's not as good as what Gislaine makes. But Gislaine also cheat by using magic.
That is very fair. I think I'll get a bottle of nice red because that was the one that was suggested, and I might try one of the tropical ones as well, just for something. I think 2 bottles should be enough for a group who don't want to get absolutely plastered.
Would there happen to be a certain kind of store that would sell, in fact, magic items?
No, absolutely not.
Fuck.
From all you look around, there are actually very few shops of any kind here. Most of the stuff is either living. People seem to fish a lot. A lot of the people who live on this island either offer services like working for the shipwrights, or working in or running like the brothels or stuff like that, or fishing. There's basically nothing else. And even if you were to try to buy like basic goods like lamp oil and stuff like that, it's super hard to find.
Like, if you wanted to sell some of the stuff you've got, you could probably only sell the sail, the ingots, the copper ingots, and the onions that you've... Like, the barrel of onions that you've got.
Didn't we leave a lot of that with the other merchants, though?
You kept some.
You kept some.
You kept some of the sailcloth, and I think you gave them the ingots and the onions.
Yeah, no. I remember I held on to some of the cloth because I wanted to use it for something. Speaking of, we never actually organised how much of that I took.
No, we said half.
If you want it, for 10 square yards, but yeah.
But ironically, the 2 things you all have looked to buy here, fish and alcohol, are 2 things you can find in abundance.
So I think in trying the wines, like before she purchases them, like she'll probably like pay for a serving, like a small serving of her own to like taste test them. And like in doing that, she'll pick the ones that she thinks would go the best with tuna and would taste the nicest for the group.
Yep.
In doing all of this, I'm assuming like buying alcohol is probably in more of a tavern setting.
There are like no real taverns.
Yeah, you're sort of...
Houses.
Like there are people who are straight up like selling like bottles of wine from what looks like the home they live in.
Yeah,
That's
like...
built onto a boat.
Like, if you're like going around looking for wine, someone's just like, you go to one of like the inns. There's like, we don't really have wine. You can go check out some of these ships. They might have it. And
There'd be wine in like the whatever pearl or whatever it's called.
Oh, you go to the brothel.
Yeah.
They're not going to sell you like a whole bottle to leave. They're like, oh yeah, have it and come sit down. And
yeah, they're like what's it called? Host girls in Japan. Like, you buy drinks to eat with the
You buy the drinks
with...
and then you also hang out with people.
Yeah. You don't get to take...
You don't pay for the people, you pay for the drinks.
But yeah, so like you're directed to like 3 people who direct you to just a guy who has like an abundance of wine that is happy to sell.
So I think like after she purchases the wine, meanwhile whilst traveling around, I'm going to keep an ear out for like any little snippets of gossip that I might be hearing as well on the streets. So I'm gonna roll a perception.
Yeah. You just like listen out, trying to hear stuff.
That's not the best roll.
Well, an 18 is a pretty good roll.
Rogues.
Is there anything in particular you're trying to listen out for?
Names, specifically like Everett, maybe that Zircon Armonti dude, possibly the how was that spelled again? I don't know.
Ophiuchus.
Yeah.
Ophiuchus.
Ophiuchus. Yeah.
Old fuck ass, yeah. Ophiuchus.
Just like little things like that, just overhearing anything.
So just going around and trying to overhear conversations every so often in public areas. The question is, Xavier, are you like, is this like when Xavier was around as well, or is this like after you've separated from him?
My idea is, yeah, because like she will separate from him later, so it's probably just like lightly listening in while she's on the street. But yeah,
Yes, probably with 18, the name Ophucus you actually hear more than once. It tends to be in like, not like disparaging tones, but like you hear like hush, like someone says the name and someone else like shushes them and like give them a stern look and whatnot, and then like they talk and they leave. And from what you hear about it, it's just the name carries like not a
connotation.
yeah, it's like it's not saying like if it's saying a name carries weight, it's kind of like a good thing. People here seem to like they know of him. He's like something like his name is associated with things that happen. Like a ship's gone missing. Another ship's gone missing in the area. Probably was one of the Fucus's ships again. That idiot doesn't learn stuff like that. And then like when someone says the name, the other ones like don't even, and then they leave and they break the conversation up. Adamonte Zircon, you don't actually hear anything about him. And you do catch one mention of Blackhorn, but it's just like you hear people mentioning, and like someone's like, oh, gotta remember and look at a note quickly. I love that I place my notes in the worst spot, and I always have to scroll up and down.
The dial-up
There we go.
noises continue.
Yeah, the dial-up's like, you just hear someone who's like, they're like talking, and someone's like, the Blackhorns had it again. Now the ship's gone, the ship's come back. Really nothing. Like it's a name someone's mentioned, but there's not really anything you can learn from it.
okay. Yeah, she sort of like just is doing this kind of quietly, like for a bit. But like as they're walking around for a little while, she sort of strikes up conversation with Xavier. So, tell me about yourself.
Well, you know somewhat stuff already. What
Oh,
would
but
you
I
like to
only
know?
know the outside. I don't know the inside. You seem like very interesting.
I do. Never really
Yes,
thought about that.
you're all very interesting.
Hmm.
Trust me, I've been surrounded by very much the opposite for a long time.
I've been surrounded by many people. First was my family. They died. Then was the eyes. Stabbed me in the back. Then these people. So you know.
Well, at least you lucked out on the third. Sorry for your loss.
Yeah.
They seem like trustful people. Well, not trustful people. Well, trustworthy. Hard to gain trust. That's understandable when you've been through a lot.
I've seen my fair share, let's just say that.
Same. You wouldn't believe it, but same. Oh, it's been so long. I feel like I've been on shore leave for far too long. It's nice to be around people again. I do enjoy the conversation. It might not seem like it.
No, I get that. It's just I really don't have a starting point. Like when I was first starting to get to know this group, and even now I'm still on a little bit of the razor's edge. But it's just I'm going to be very forward here.
Yes?
I know, like, we just met yesterday or whatever. You seem very dangerous.
I am, but not to you. You can believe what you want with that, but I have no qualms with you or your friends. I protect myself, and I deal with my problems. You're never going to be a problem.
The last people I trusted said the same thing pretty much. And here I am with a wanted poster. So you can understand the caution.
I understand all of your cautions, and trust me, if you weren't cautious, I would think you were all fools. It's never good to trust with open arms, or you'll get run through, so to speak. As I told you the other night.
Yes, you did as much. Well, where can I begin? How much do you know of the spear?
Oh, let me think. Let me think. Do I remember? Hang on a second, guys. Going through my notes. When did the spear like really start to make a move?
Now, I'm checking my notes.
Sorry, I think I've got it written down.
When the spear started to move,
Yeah, when they started to move down and kind of like fight with the dwarves.
probably like 80 years ago. I'm double check as well. It
It
doesn't
was
seem to.
44 years ago when all the stuff happened with Gipchu.
Okay.
Yeah. And when the spear became the most dominant was around 60 years ago.
I remember hearing of them moving down and causing a little bit of, well, a lot of commotion. I remember the incident at Gitchu, and
You were alive then?
don't you worry about that. I guess, yes, I don't know much about the spear, but I know a little.
Well, in this spear, there's obviously the warlord, and underneath him are all the generals, or the leaders of the individual tribes. I was one such leader. My tribe was very close. In order to become the leader of this tribe, you'd have to. It involved a little bit of tactics and war games, and the best leader would be chosen as the victor. Now, I found my wife, and she was pregnant. And at that time, I decided that the way we were living was not morally aligning with what I wanted my child to grow up in. So, I planned a rebellion. Everybody was in on it in my tribe. But the warlord had caught word. When I woke up, my wife beheaded. Everybody dead. And then I left, joined the Ice, and then you know the rest from there.
I must say that was rather brave of you. Not many people have the strength and resolve to stand up to those in power. I guess that's what makes you part of this group. Everyone seems to stand up for something.
You know what Aqua has done. You know what Osiris has done. Selena and Christine, they are yet to do something. But what I don't want for those two is to see the likes of which we're going to have to probably be acquainting ourselves with in Amaris. No one that age should have to ever, in their lifetime, be engaged in warfare?
I believe I killed my first man when I was, let me see, maybe 19, I think. And it was quite terrible at the time. It was more of a desperation thing. It was either him or me. I remember I didn't sleep for some time afterwards. And then it just, guess it happened again. Him or me. Her or me. And then along the way, it stopped making me lose sleep. I started thinking, well, they were doing this, and if I hadn't have fought back, then you get stronger. You get less concerned about what's right and what's wrong when it is a choice between yourself and somebody else. Like on the ship. Those people, I'm sure some of them might have been innocent, but for the most part they were pillaging, raping creeps. I've seen what they were doing over the years. The KC's always doing those things. And I waited in that bilge deck for many weeks. And I guess I just snapped. Well, got bored. I heard them speaking, heard them talking their filth.
What did you hear them say? Was there anything?
Oh, what do you not hear pirates say? Have you ever spoken to a crew of pirates? They're disgusting.
No, but I have been.
They have no respect. Regardless, I won't be doing that while I'm with you or your crew. I believe that Akfa would probably kill me where I stand if I were to continue those actions, so I do as I'm told. Your group are not in any risk of me turning you in. In fact, I'm trying to help you.
Well, you know what they say. To err on the side of caution is better than not, to not be cautious at all. I know
Fools trust openly.
That loose links sink ships. That one was weird to find out. Like I got to hear that on a ship. You know how like yes, it's like very like I get it. Like, I actually get the saying now. There's not much in the Scarlet Spear. To say the least, I spent most of my time enslaving, warmongering, sowing out dissidents, you know, that kind of stuff.
I like you, Xavier. You're very interesting. Let's have another conversation another time. Maybe I'll tell you more about myself. But until then, I think you knew all that you need to know.
It's probably for the best. Shall we get back?
You head back. I would like to hit up some more places and see if I can gather any information. I won't be long. I wouldn't miss the tuna for anything.
Alright.
Don't worry, I'm not going to turn you in.
Inside.
Roll the insight.
Don't worry, she's not going to turn you in. She's just going to ask questions about someone, probably. Not you guys.
Okay.
Put out there. Well, since you're gathering information, if you could drum up some about just the recommendation for a captain, that'd be very helpful.
Of course. We're going to need one.
Exactly my thoughts. Alright, I'll take the wine off you and I'll get back.
Of course. She hands it over, gives like a weird like curtsy sort of thing, and then just like walks off.
I promise not to drink any without you.
Thank you. Oh, hang on. Hands you over the because I think there were 20 gold.
Yeah, it's like 2 gold, 2 platinum. You could just give him the 30 gold back.
Yeah,
so
I
if you
give the
want, it's
30 gold
covered.
back. So yeah,
Yeah, I'll take
Alright.
the 30 gold.
give that back to Arthur, please.
All right. So Xavier heading back, and Sylvie, you're going to keep poking around.
Just wanna like maybe go to one of the little like I don't know the right word for it. It's just one of the like places where I can go and like hang out with people and like ask them questions.
Yeah,
It's like a place to
Just
just
like-
talk to random people.
You know, like the pearl or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What kind of questions are you asking?
So at first she's going to just spend some time with someone. Like nothing like she's not going to like sleep with anyone. She just wants to have a nice drink with someone. And she'll probably just like query them about the town, query them about like interesting people that have come through. Maybe like she will ask like, oh, you know, have you heard any good shipwrights that are looking for a bit more interesting work and she'll
captains?
probably sort of be like, I've been hearing about a name that I haven't heard for a long time, Blackhorn. He was an old friend of mine.
Alright, so your questions are mainly focused around Blackhorn?
She only really sort of like, once she sort of gets into the groove of like talking to this person and like not seeming too suspicious, she'll probably mention it like midway.
You can take some time to ingratiate them, kind of talk a bit, get to know
Let
them.
me know if you need me to persuade.
Yeah, just trying to figure out like the kind of questions. So like, is it? We're not going to bother role playing this a bit too much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it just Blackhorn you're asking about, or is it other people as well? Like, just checking off the list quickly.
I think really just Blackhorn for now.
Okay.
Like
Yeah.
when she mentions that.
When you like bring up Blackhorn, it's just like whoever you're talking to, your partner is just like, well, he's visited a few times, but he's not like very prominent around here. Doesn't come home often.
Do you know where he's staying at the moment? I'd love to pay him a visit. It's been a very long time.
Probably his boat.
Of course, he was always at sea, wasn't he? Well, maybe next time I'm in the KC.
They, as you're like, talking to them a bunch, like, eventually one of them, like, one of the people you're talking to does mention one ship. Not like, it's not his ship, but it's one that, like, he's been known to visit every so often. It's kind of a bit further from the center of the town. But it's just a ship that, that's like, oh, he's been seen going there every so often when he has stopped in, but it's been years.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'll keep note of that. But yeah, like she just asks about like a good sort of shipwright for us to maybe hire.
Yeah, captain.
Yeah, captain. Sorry, that's what I meant. I don't know ship talk.
They wave off the kinds of names of captains. Like when you ask for a specific recommendation, they're like, "Oh, there's so many good captains in the town. I couldn't tell you a name of one who'd be better for you." And any attempt you make of trying to get them to like name someone, they're always deflecting to be like, "No, I can't say anyone particular."
Hmm. Confidentiality. Hmm.
Yeah, there's something that's like they're active. It's pretty obvious that they're actively refusing to name any particular
They're
captain whenever
probably
you
not
ask.
allowed to.
Probably, yeah.
Well,
And this is
yeah,
across
when she
multiple
sort of picks up on that, she'll just sort of like finish the subject. Once she's sort of got enough information, she'll like wrap it up, finish the drink, and then head back to the group.
All right. So as you're heading back, Xavier, you headed back before. Tara, you were cooking.
Yes.
Yep.
I don't remember what Akfa is doing because it's been a while. I think you were also heading out.
No, he's heading with the cooking.
Oh, you're cooking too? Okay, cool. What about Osiris and Christine? What have you been doing this whole time? Like, this is a decent chunk of the day that these guys have been doing this stuff.
I'll let Osiris go first.
Osiris has mostly stayed in the tower. He has been having a good hard think about a choice to make. So he doesn't do much outside of just being in the tower.
So you just like sit by yourself in the tower, kind of avoiding people and thinking. Christine?
I think for Christine, it's probably something a bit similar. Whereas like as soon as she goes back inside, she kind of sits down for a bit, and then after a little bit, probably like paces around, just trying to think, what the hell do I say or do for when I actually meet my mother for the first time. Very much in for about that. Not much else. Probably after a while, she'd eventually just kind of try her best to like take her mind off of it just for a moment, like go outside for a bit, walk around a bit, probably get pushed back in a different direction because someone doesn't want us at the back of the house.
No, you don't come back here.
Yeah. And then just go back inside and then just kind of just idle, really. Probably noticing that Osiris himself is like also just his own train of thought. I just imagine I just would sit nearish by, like maybe taking one of the books from the bookshelf and just stay. But like yeah, just trying her hardest to kind of think, but also not overthink.
Yeah, just like thinking, but not like going. You're trying to avoid stressing yourself out about it.
Yeah, because it's a while away, and I have to believe that nothing could happen. At least I want to believe that some part of the deal will be well followed through.
Yeah. So you basically also sit and stew in your own thoughts then.
Yeah, I don't imagine doing much else.
Eventually, as a couple hours pass cooking 2 whole tuna,
Also, thing I learned, I decided to Google how big yellowfin tuna can
You
get.
don't want to know.
I learned roughly 6 feet and 400 pounds. So they make tuna.
Very
Very
much food.
thing.
Yeah. Well, but when they're by themselves, they're called a wonton.
but yeah, eventually, as evening starts to come, you think it will be cooked. You've never made fish this big, but hopefully it's cooked.
I've cooked smaller tuna, not this big.
And as the sunset starts to begin through the area that you're in, your feast is ready. Your friends have returned? Question?
Not sure, but I do look to Terra for one last task. Terra, can you, we're very close to serving this up. I've just got to do the final cutting and such. Can you run into the tower and see if, see if you can gather everyone there, but also see if you can find a platter that we can use.
I will do so.
If not, borrow someone's shield.
And by gather people up, she's just gonna go up to various people, doesn't matter what they're doing, get in their face and go, outside now.
No, inside.
Oh, inside? We're going inside?
Yes, raiding inside.
Okay, she will be like, inside whatever the dining room is, and then just move to the next person and repeat.
Yeah, eventually, like, you gather everyone downstairs if they come, and you find a platter that sort of just apparates, and you put one fish on, you realize, oh, we don't have another one of them.
Destroy a new one. There's like way too much food. There's so much food.
That's fine.
Hope you like tuna. Because
As-
we're having tuna in tuna with tuna.
That's it, you
You know,
see.
I have a clean pelt I can serve it on.
I guess it counts as roast tuna. So you have, you have 2 full roasted tuna, and some
It's kind of smoked a little, yeah. I
Yeah.
mean,
and some wine.
yes. Now, Tara, just let them know I'm about to come in and make sure they're ready.
Yeah, she does so.
Akva pushes the door open with his foot. and carries in a lot of tuna. Oh, you're all here. Good.
Yeah, here's your dirty coat, by the way.
My hands are full.
I'll put it in your pocket. Way to go, champion.
Anyway, travel's going to be tough, and a lot has changed in a very short time. So, I wanted to do something to lift spirits of everyone here. Unfortunately, more people found out that I wanted involved. That's why I tried to keep this a secret from Cyrus and Christine. But, we've prepared some roasted tuna, lightly salted. We were able to find a salt rock somewhere.
Roasted tuna?
Well, it was cooked over a fire in leaves, and then cut and laid out nicely. As he sort of finds a place to put down these makeshift trays.
Can I roll an insight to see if the tuna is cooked the way it should be?
It's gonna be edible, is all I can tell you, but it probably won't be
Cyrus
the
is
best.
going to be so disappointed.
Alright, you can make a wisdom check.
Oh, wisdom check.
Either way, it's still wisdom. It'd be like a 20, even with half proficiency or whatever.
I will say, if Tara had the ability to be cooking, she probably would have had some doing like a separate smoking, you know, where you actually bury the fire and stuff in sand afterwards.
Yeah.
She would have probably also had some kind of grilling.
You know,
She
do
probably would
either
have
of you,
like lightly charred some with like burning hands or something.
do either of you have proficiency in chef's tools
I
or
do
cooking
not.
utensils?
I
Nope.
have half proficiency in everything.
I'm only Akra and Terra who did the cooking.
No. Arkva's proficiency in this is more from the ability to survive off
Why
eating raw meats.
No, I do not.
Short answer,
I
no.
didn't participate in the cooking back home, so food is food.
Yeah, as you look into it, as you gingerly start pulling meat from the thing, and underneath the charred exterior, the nicely charred exterior, is edible fish.
There's some that's probably a little overcooked and some that's probably a little undercooked, but it's mostly edible.
And
You can eat even the undercooked parts.
to go alongside with it, Sylvie, I sent to get some wine. Sylvia's here, right?
Sylvia's not here.
Yeah.
She brought Xavier back. With
Okay, Xavier
wine
brought
and
it back,
money.
right. Looking around.
Xavier.
Xavier must have brought it back.
Yes, I did. I put back the wine. Here is the wine. Here is your money. I put your money in your pocket.
Thank you.
I had this nice joke as I was walking back. It was I forgot how it goes, but then said, "You can tune a piano, but you can't tune a fish."
Oh.
That was very hilarious.
Negative inspiration.
Selena cringes from the trial.
That's how Goku got to train under King Kong.
That indeed was how.
Actually, if you take the fish bones and line them up like an xyla, you can in fact tune a fish. So,
I did not know that. Perhaps
Well,
you can tell me.
all the same, nice joke.
The locals told it to me. They said I'd be the king of comedy.
I just really hope that this is something that gives you all a chance to unwind a little tonight. I'll go out and look for Sylvie. As much as I don't necessarily have much trust in her, I kind of wanted her to be here for this too.
you can just call her if you prefer.
I think she was going to a brothel.
I should
Last
be
I
able to
checked,
find
she was
her.
headed that way.
That's alright, I'll find her. I've got good eyes for the night.
She wasn't there for very long, so by the time everyone's like settling down and you're like walking outdoors, she's probably walking up the beach.
That's fine. Yeah. Chatter away, and we'll be ready to go in the morning with whatever we want to do. Arkva steps out.
Sylvia's walking down the beach. She's like, "Oh, good timing, I guess."
Perfect timing.
Sorry I was late. I just had a few questions around. I wanted to see if anyone knew anything about Everett Blackhorn, and I
No,
thought maybe I'd
it's-
ask about Captain.
It's quite alright. Go in, enjoy the meal with them.
Thank you.
I will be back in a moment. I just need to clean up something.
Okay.
So you clean up the thing, or is that code word for something else you're doing?
Wasn't cleaning up at all. I was
What a
actually going to
surprise.
visit the old lady.
I 100% expected that. Okay. You go over, you knock on the door. When you actually go up to the door and you knock, you notice a little sign that's like hanging against the door.
Before I knock, I assume.
Yeah, it's like as you're approaching, it's really hard to see because it's like hidden, it's almost like shadowed and like hidden. But you see a tiny little sign hang up. It's like a little placard that just has like it's like a quill. It's like a little ink bottle and a little quill. And then you walk up and you knock on the door.
Is anyone home?
The door like slowly opens as you see there's like the very old dragonborn lady standing there looking at you with like a little cane. She's like, "What do you want?"
I just had a question.
I might have an answer.
Well, first off, I'd like to apologize if anything we did earlier was alarming, but
Oh, it's okay. I've seen plenty of sorts in this time. Not the first time I've seen a girl turn into a monkey and climb a tree and get some fruit and disappear into the jungle.
fair enough.
It's not something you see every day.
Yeah, we weren't planning to stay on this island for very long, but for us to leave, there's someone we were recommended to try and find on this island. And I don't know if it's best to be asking about this to anyone, but you seem to know much. Would you happen to know of this Captain, Ophis?
Ophid?
Ophius.
Ophiuchus?
I think that's the one.
Oh, you little Ophiuchus. Oh. Yeah, I've heard of him. Everyone's heard of him. He's an idiot.
So he'd be willing to sail somewhere dangerous.
Of course he would. Idiot makes danger for himself left, right, and center.
Do you know where I can find him?
Oh, I don't really do much out in the city these days. I stick by my little house here, do my wares when some come by, but you can probably find the dumbass. Just go on out there spouting some crap about the open seas and the free waters of man, and you'll probably have some one of his idiots following you around trying to get you to do something stupid for him.
He sounds like the type I'll enjoy.
I pity you.
Well,
Pity the fool.
thank you for your time. Sorry if I woke you.
Oh, it's nothing. I was just sitting here, watching y'all cooking your fish, and smelling on, just waiting.
Yeah, I was trying to do something to raise my friend's spirits a little. I'm not the best cook.
It's okay. You gotta learn someday. And it's a good thing you're thinking about your friends.
Well, I wish you a good night.
Have a good night, too.
Arkvor gives a little sort of bow, the standing up sort of.
Yeah. She just stares at you for a bit, and as you start to walk away, because your passive perception is very high, you hear her as she mumbles, God, wish people would think about old lady too some days as the door closes.
Oh. I love her.
With that, Arkvor's not going to be returning just yet.
Yeah.
He's going to be heading out onto the docks a little.
Okay. So everyone's having dinner. You disappear into the docks. What stupid thing are you doing?
Not exactly what she said, but he sort of goes out, saying it sort of out loud to himself. I wonder if I could find someone to help me out with a nice sailing trip. I'd love to explore this place. I'd love to get that fresh air in my nose, feel the sea salt in my hair. Shame there's no one I could find tonight. He sort of just does that, walks for a bit more, and then goes on a similar tirade over and over. Just curious if this will happen.
So
if someone will follow.
Yeah, so you're just you're talking up kind of basically hitting the keywords that the old lady told you about.
The last one he won't stand it off with, though.
Mm-hmm.
Be a shame if I don't find this captain. I heard he was quite a coward. Anyone heard of this coward, Captain Officius?
As like you've been talking around, going, I wish someone would be my captain. A bunch of people on the docks, like, I could be a captain. Yeah, we want to go. Yeah, what's up? Yeah, and eventually, when you bring this up, everyone's just like, all right. They go back inside to like their boats proper.
I mean, he was paying attention to them.
Yeah.
Yeah. At least he's got options.
Though there is someone you do spot like hiding very well behind a pole with their large tail and floppy ears pointing out. What looks like to be a kobold. One that feels even smaller than Nerisian. Like a very a burnt red scaled kobold.
I wish to give a persuasive glare in their direction.
You turn and look at them. Like this is after you've said the thing about a few, because it's like about a minute or so later you spot them kind of like moving from pole to pole, kind of like keeping an eye on you. You turn and look at them. They like freeze, kind of do that thing where it's like, he hasn't really seen me.
I'm too sneaky.
Wind. As I'll start heading back in that direction, acting as if I hadn't.
As you get close to them, they do that thing where they like lean up against the post, like nothing's like it's all casual, and they try to whistle, but they can't whistle. So it's like.
As I get right up next to them, I'm gonna do dexterity.
Okay.
I want to try and quickly grab them.
Okay. Yeah, you get close. You go to quickly try to grab the kobold.
As you do, they start going, "What are you, put me down! Come on, man! Let me go!"
This bear's like 2 feet tall.
Wanna tell me why you're following me?
You are a cat, and you look pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
I think that's it. You're a cat. Do you see other cats here?
Arthur demands more compliments.
Care to give your name?
It's gonna cost you money.
How about your life?
You want to kill a kid? That's fucked
Kill
up.
many people if I need to.
I'm like,
That one there would be an deception roll on my part.
go ahead. Roll intimidation. Actually,
Oh, sorry, intimidation. It'd be just a +3, so it would be
14.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of fucked that you just straight up kill a kid. I'm like 5.
So again, why are you following me?
You're a cat, man. We don't have any other cats.
You can make insight if you want, Arthur.
Yeah, I'm not buying it fully, but
With an at 20. He's
like, you're a cat. You're like looking around, like, oh god, oh shit. Like, you can tell he is very obviously trying, like, not saying. Like, he's trying to be deceptive in a way that kids do when they're bad at being deceptive.
you know what? I'm gonna go a lit on this. Tell you what, and I step near the edge of this sort of dock.
Mm-hmm.
Still holding it. Tell you what, say I believe you. Could you lead me to someone?
That depends. If that someone is Captain Ophi. No, I can't.
Yes, I'm looking for that coward exactly.
He's not a coward. What do you? I don't know him.
You know him.
Nuh-uh.
Well, what do you say to a nice cold dip in the water?
I'd live here, man. I swim all the time.
So do I, but I'll go down with you.
I've never seen you here before in my life.
Well, can
Can
you
we
hold your breath?
adopt this kobold?
That's a genuine question. This kid.
What was the
Can
question?
you hold your breath?
Better than you.
I can have Beth for 3 minutes.
Hours.
Days.
Can you beat 6
6 what?
6 what?
years?
I dunked him into the water.
He is. Listen, are you a fish? Are you a catfish? Oh, I get it. You're a catfish. That's pretty cool. Where's your tail? Is it like scaly like a fish or like furry like a cat? You're big.
Tails?
Well, you're clearly
I'm 5.
wasting my time. Oh well. And I literally, Artvo will sort of go swing back like he's about to throw him as far as he can out. Do you want another intimidation?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
It's not as intimidating.
The kid kind of like, you see him, you gotta throw him. He kind of like tucks up like he's getting ready to cannonball when you throw him.
It's kind of like what Darian does with Charlie when he's like playing that stupid game of pretend to toss the baby.
Can you throw me really hard? I want to go try and get a higher score this time. I think my best is like 15 feet.
Just be straight to the point. Can you lead me to this captain or not?
He like, as you like pause, he sort of like pulls his finger out to like get you to like get to his like so he can speak into your ear. Can you prove it that you're a cool guy who doesn't afraid of anything?
Thank you.
You're asking me to go into the forest.
No, that's stupid. Don't go in the forest. You don't come back.
Oh, I was gonna say, because I've survived worse places.
I doubt that.
You ever been in the Feywilds?
What's
This
that?
is 100% bluffing. But
What is a Feywild? Is it a sandwich?
it's a place where danger exists, things beyond this world. It's a very pretty place.
That sounds cool and also made up.
Well, listen.
Great kid.
I'm the captain's like first mate. If you can prove to me that you're not gonna like be a coward and like show me that you've like killed a guy, then I can take you to him.
You want proof that I've killed people, huh?
I mean, that or something of comparable strength.
I put him under my arm and start heading back to the tower.
Oh wow.
This is not what I expected.
You wanted proof?
Kidnapping a kobold.
No one even stops you. Like, there are other people here, like, who just see this happening. No one even stops you. You just, like, put this kobold child under your arm and start walking off, and, like, a few other kobolds see it, and they just scatter. And, like, a dragonborn nearby just kind of nods, like, yep, that's happened before.
Lawless towns.
This sounds like kidnapping.
Eventually,
kind of.
as everyone starts eating their fish, you see Arthur come back with the kid kobold under his arm, walking
Are
off.
we inside the house?
Yeah.
I assume so, yeah.
Oh, he sets off the alarm.
He does.
He set the alarm as Cyrus
I'm out
enters.
with my fucking sword and shield out, ready to
You're
go.
already down.
You're downstairs. It's just you're just passing through the threshold of the door.
So he's just sitting at the table, just like enjoying Katrina, and she's just like, "I'm not gonna ask. I'm just gonna wait and see what happens."
I don't know. This looks like you've killed someone. This just looks like a house, like a stone. It wasn't here before. Did you do this? Did you build this place brick by brick?
No, I brought you here because one of them can verify I've killed people.
Oh.
Can I ask why the hell you have a kobold in your arm right now?
Xavier, he potentially is claiming he can lead me to this tower at Oedipus.
Is a Fucus, first of all, and I'm his cap. He's my captain. I would appreciate if you weren't so rude and judgmental about him. You've never met the guy.
And I've been told he's nothing but a coward.
Judgmental, not judgmental.
Again,
He
this
is
is a
not a cat. He is the
lie.
coolest and strongest and fastest and bestest captain there is.
He has super strength and super speed, and he has a robot arm.
What was that?
Does he now?
No, that's a story.
Is the Cyrus still outside?
I'm inside the kid.
The kid is now trying to lie to cover up that he revealed something.
Like, is the Cyrus in like earshot or something like that?
I mean, it's like, you guys are all brought downstairs to eat the tuna, and
Yeah.
you're all still eating when he comes back.
Unless you've stopped. If Cyrus is not here.
If you choose to not be here, you cannot be here.
Because you said like the Cyrus saw him coming in anyway, so I thought he was outside.
Oh, no, I think it was more everyone can see me coming back in.
Yeah, there's one door, and you're all downstairs, so you can see him walk in.
I just turned to
one at a
Osiris
time.
and be like, you could just see if he knows the person.
So, Savio, can you, as I said, confirm that I have in fact had to kill someone in my life?
This man is wanted in most of the countries on the mainland.
Do you have any phonical proof of that?
I pull out a wanted poster with his head on it.
You're a bad man.
You're a bad guy. Alright, I think I can take you to the captain. You seem pretty cool.
You're not leaving just yet. You're gonna enjoy
I
two
have
of
some
this
fish?
first. Yes.
Yes.
Fuck yes.
Does they haven't kobold napping happen often in this group, or is this a new group?
This is
I don't comment.
This is very new for him.
If you're on the island, it's not very new. He's like, he's got 2 fistfuls of tuna. He starts eating. Some people called us like indentured servants, and we're treated not very nicely here.
Slaves.
No one uses the S word.
That's a mean word. Hey, can I drink that?
No,
Points the wine.
it's wine.
Oh, cool. Thanks so.
The little shows.
Starts drinking.
The kid can have a glass as long as he's willing to help us. Isn't that right, everyone? Looking at Osiris.
I will divine sense the kobold. Is the kobold a kobold?
Kobold is a kobold.
Purple. Is Jeremy here?
I don't
Yeah,
think so.
sorry, I missed what you said.
Oh, good.
We've been hinting that you should read this kid's mind.
I hinted at it. Bye.
Calm down.
Very well. I will do the thing.
So,
Do the thing. Do what you're known for.
kid, you want to tell us, how did you meet this captain that's also great?
One day he saw that I was getting bullied. I mean, I was beating up some really big kids, and he said that I had the courage and the strength of like 10,000 sailors.
Cyrus, the service thoughts you get are like, this little kobold was being picked on by some other people, maybe like some other races, and some your team man came up and got them rid of him, and then like did the whole like kneel down, hand on the shoulder thing, and was like, if you try really hard, you can make it in this world, child. And then like left, and then the kobold followed him. Yeah.
Is that how it happened, or is that how he chooses to remember it?
Probably how he chooses to remember it.
Oh, that's amazing.
It's like, to him, it's like there's like the sunbeam hits him just as he kneels down in his grave, and he has like really like leans in real close, puts his hand on his shoulder, like all fatherly like.
Super powered anime guy.
It's the robot hand as
The
well.
protagonist who hasn't quite got their moment.
Okay. I'll look at Aqua, and in his head, you hear, I mean, kid checks out, I think he has, dad? That's not a dad? I don't know
Oh, I know
what
that.
to look for.
I'm sorry. The phrase "the kid checks out." He's not lying.
One other thing I would like to know while you're enjoying your fish and drink there.
Go fish.
I'm sorry if the fish wasn't cooked at greatness, but
Yeah, you did your best.
Better than what I usually get.
since you've agreed to help us, how far would we have to walk to find this person you know so well and your first-hand companion or whatever with?
He likes to hang out on the super cool furthest western dock of the island.
Furthest west dock, huh?
Yeah. I heard that he does it because it's like no one goes there because it's all him. He owned the area because he beat all the other ships.
And you really think that this guy's better than all the other captains that offered to help me tonight?
All the other
I say
captains
that
are
out loud.
dumb and stupid and pick on me and make fun of my friends. And
Two times. From the surface though, just skimming. When he's like, he beat up all the guys and it's his land, all of it lies. He doesn't know why he has that area. But when he's like, you think he's the best captain, immediately he's like, absolutely best captain around, greatest captain ever, no captain anywhere near good.
Alright.
What can I say? Kid checks out.
Are you doing any mind? I was like, you doing magic?
Tell you what, kid. You've been a very big help tonight. What we're gonna do for you, and whoever else you happen to ship with, we have a lot of extra tuna.
Yeah, I don't know why you bought two.
I like to feed people.
I don't know why they put a full one.
Gonna bag a
Akbar
little,
is the mum.
gonna bag a little bit extra up for you, and I'm gonna walk you back.
As long as it's not like a fish. I don't think I can carry the whole tuna. I'm pretty
No,
small.
I'll carry it for you. There'll be plenty there for you and whoever else.
I have a really dumb idea that I wish to share with the group before doing it. So this kid is like going to be, like, say, wants to grow up and be captain or this captain's lieutenant or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
What if we just give him the Viper's Bite?
Tempting, actually.
What if we just give him a +1 short sword? Because why not?
Wasn't it just extra things than just a +1 short sword?
Yeah, it's like got a whole bunch of poison stuff.
Yeah, that's the part that I'm worried about.
Poison, poison. His captain's a Yanti. He probably makes poison. He'll put poison in it. It'll be fine.
Akvar's gonna start prepping up some of this to get ready to walk the child home.
This is a metagame question. I'm just thoughts.
Why am I the one thinking it's bad to give poison to a child?
Take the poison out.
You didn't just threaten a child tonight. I think your conscience is fine.
Who's going with Osiris? This is another out of game question. With Akbar.
No.
Okay.
I'm gonna make sure he doesn't kidnap any more children.
I'm
be
assuming
also
Akbar has
back
this
in
under
1 second.
control.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
He found him. He can put it back.
All right. Well, Sam guesses like the kid starts eating. Like he starts like eating as if like he's never gonna eat after this again. And like you see his body shift comically into having a big belly. This is some of the best fish I've ever had, and I had fish once.
Does this kid look malnourished?
Make a medicine check.
Okay.
About a vibe.
He doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't look well fed. He doesn't. He's probably low. He's like thin. He's not like anorexically thin, but he's got the.
He looks underweight.
Underweight.
He's very thin, except a child.
He should be a lot heavier for a kid his age.
Also, I believe malnourishment in youth causes stunted growth. You did say he was quite small.
Yeah, he's very small for a
He's
kobold.
like 3 feet tall.
Oh.
Probably less.
So it's Akvar, Xavier, and Kid.
I imagine I ain't going.
Alright.
Okay.
You don't need any assistance at all?
We should be fine. You
Okay.
can come if you want.
Yeah, why not? I want to meet this man.
Right, Sylvia goes as well. So Akbar, Xavier, and Sylvia are following the child. And Christine, Osiris, and Terra are hanging back.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would like to do something later when there is a chance.
Go ahead.
People probably not paying attention.
As the three of you with the kid ahead starts leading, and like when he goes, you can say, "I'm gonna be the best born sailor. I'm gonna be funny drink." He's clearly intoxicated as he's
I will
walked.
I'm gonna make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
I'm gonna make a flat wisdom check.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
That's a
yeah,
fuck.
no. Okay, alright. This kid's gotta learn his lesson. I'm not gonna get rid of his drunk.
All right.
They gotta learn how to deal with hangovers young.
Yeah.
Let me get my diatribe that I
I'm not
wrote.
gonna purge the poison from his
Well,
body.
Yep.
The kid leading you all the way. As you all leave, I'll say, Christine, Osiris, Terra, is there anything you three want to do while the others leave?
Depends on the others paying too much attention to Terra's existence.
Oh,
Chris-
You go.
Christine kinda is, but just doesn't really know what to say or do.
Would she do anything if Tara left the house or the tower?
If it was for a minute, probably not. Anything longer, she'd probably just sort of look out just to see where you are.
Because Tara wants to go back into the forest.
oh God.
Okay, so you're going back into the jungle?
Yes, I will monkeyfy myself again to move better through the tops.
She has a minute head start.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
you go out, you turn into a monkey, and you go into the jungle.
Yeah,
After-
I'm a little curious.
As you start to swing, and as the night sky has started to appear, roll me a perception check.
I just have a few things in the way at the moment.
You chose a bad time to split the party.
It's always a bad time to split the party with this group. But we keep doing it.
Oh,
Ba-da,
that's
ba-da,
3 net
ba-da.
1s this session.
What a set.
Well, hey,
And
burn
it
'em
was
now.
almost a 19.
For a total of 9, no.
Keeping up the general vibes of you, once you get a decent amount in, you don't hear anything. There is no wildlife to hear. You hear like the drips of water falling off petals, but that's about it.
In this part of the day, the sun is set. Like, it is pretty dark. From the treetops, there is still some light that filters through the trees, but looking down to the actual jungle floor, it is incredibly dark down there, and you can't see a whole lot with your monkey eyes.
Okay. I will switch back. I'll jump down to the floor and I'll switch back to Tara then, so I can actually have dark vision.
You climb down. Are you just exploring?
Yeah, I want to see if I can find more corpses.
Yeah. You wander in. We'll jump back to Christine. It's definitely been more than a minute. You go outside and you don't see Tara.
Yeah.
The old lady, from across the thing is out, looking through the door again at you all. Is like, you all make a damn commotion.
You wouldn't happen to have seen. She could have been an animal, or she could have been herself.
Little fire girl
Yes.
turned to a monkey.
Yes.
But that way, it points into the jungle.
Told her not to before. She don't listen. This is the second time.
Worst time to go into the jungle. Stupid thing.
Is it worse when it's darker out?
I wouldn't know. I don't go in the jungle.
People don't come back when they go into the jungle.
Okay. I go back inside. I go to Osiris. So, turns out Tara went to the jungle, and apparently it's bad, from what I've heard, not good.
Cyrus, you know that people don't go to the jungle. They don't come back when they go into the jungle.
Yeah,
It came back?
she went back.
That's not supposed to happen.
Yes, so, I'm going to probably go?
Wait, you went back again?
Yes,
Oh, fuck.
yes, exactly. That's why I'm thinking I should go now.
Okay.
I-
Alright, yeah, let's go.
Do you wanna
Alright,
let
so
me know
Cyrus
before
is
you
going.
leave?
So Cyrus and Christine, you want to go into the jungle as well?
Yeah, I'm gonna scroll just a rough note to tell what we're doing, and I probably won't be able to give any direction proper, but
Yep.
just so that people know where we've gone. And I will sort of just turn to Osiris. Worst case scenario, I have at least a few usage of sending if I need to get people to our the exact position.
Yeah, me too. I'm trying to
Yeah.
see if I've got anything to help. Well, I have an elu, so.
You
Yep.
have only have bullets.
You-
Let's go now.
As you sketch your quickly hasted message of BRB, Monkey went in jungle, we're following her.
It's kind of on the lines of, for some reason, Tara went back in jungle. We're gonna go find her.
As you stabbed it into the fish, because it's the best place they'll find
Yeah.
it. We'll leave you on that cliffhanger. We'll go back to the others.
Okay.
As eventually, this young kobold leads you to to the far west dock. There just seems to be a single vessel about 3/4 of the way down. As you start approaching it, there's a large hoop-like figurehead, but as you get closer and to inspect, you see that it looks like a snake eating itself. And further in, painted in like this very dark red, says the Unbound Serpent. And a gangplank has been lowered on the dock, and you see there's couple of Dragonborns watching as this kid is leading you guys there. And he's just like, one of them's like, Ricky, what are you doing? You know he's like, leave it to me, boys. These kids, they're mine. I'm vouching for them. Follow me. I am the first mate. He sort of stumbles up the gangplank to the boat.
We brought an offering if your captain is actually who he's meant to be.
They step aside either side of the dock and let you pass up, but they do seem to go behind and follow you. As you go aboard, you see that a number of courtesians are all there doing service stuff. You see some people like mid-swabbing the deck, others are like preparing sails and knots, and they all stop and turn as the group of three of you walk on board. And they just stare as Ricky, the kobold, walks into the captain's quarters at the bow of the boat.
I suppose we follow and wait to be told we can go in.
As you start like moving towards the captain's quarters, one of the dragonborns like puts his hand on your shoulder, like as like not like doesn't say anything, but he's just like, wait here, he'll come out to you, kind of thing.
And like a minute or so opens, and you see Ricky's walking out in front, and he's just like, yeah, and the lion, he's like killed a bunch of guys. He's done something. He's on like a wanted poster, so like I thought he was cool enough to talk to you, Captain. And he's just like, thank you, Ricky. It's good to know. Go take a nap. You seem a little excited.
The kid had wine.
Turns to you. Why would you give a child wine?
Surprisingly, it also loosens up adults' lips, not just children.
As you see, this is a ebony scaled Wanty man. Like his scales are very black, almost like this gem-like quality. He seems to be wearing like a red overcoat. Like he's pretty much in Captain Hook attire. From Peter Pan, like this very red, ostentatious feathered hat, and he like repositions it to be better. And you can see one of his amber eyes, and the other seems to be a scarred over milky one.
I understand it's evening, but would it be correct in assuming you are this Captain of Fishius?
I am
Fucus.
Captain of Fucus. That's my name. Ricky says you were looking for someone to do something, so...
They're looking to do something potentially dangerous, but when I mention that, a lot of other captains stop offering.
What exactly are you talking about?
Well, we gotta go near Ghislaine.
It doesn't sound dangerous.
That's not the dangerous part.
Well then, skip to it.
If things go awry and people find out we're aboard your ship, you could be attacked.
I get attacked every time I go out.
Then I suppose it would be danger for you. I brought some extra food that we had, and I hold the makeshift bag out to him. It's fire-cooked tuna. The kid had some already.
He grabs at it with his this hand that seems to be partially made out of metal, sort of rusted. Can I have maybe just Sylvia or history?
okay.
So why exactly am I taking to Ghislaine? Why do you need my skills? Sylvie, that hand looks like a Warforged hand.
Well, me and my friends, we aren't exactly the most welcomed in, let's just call it the mainland, shall we?
Hmm?
We need someone that's willing to take a few people across the sea to there for a reasonable bargain. Something that we can discuss.
I feel like you could just hide that you're criminals and anyone would take you.
Perhaps, but you would specifically recommend it to us.
I guess we need someone who's a little more daring than the typical.
Ma'am, you're not going to find anyone more daring here unless they're working for the cartel.
I can tell. She's like looking directly at him. Is he more of snake or more of man?
More snake.
They might not be too happy with us either.
Might have accidentally had one of their lieutenants' lives shortened.
You're telling me the lot of you, the three of you, killed a lieutenant?
Technically it was just one of them, but it involved our group, yes.
Eye patch familiar?
They all have them.
Oh well.
What about a weapon?
That could help. What weapon?
I don't think we didn't bring it with us, I'd assume not, but...
A dagger of venom. A short sort of venom with many poisons. I believe it was black flag with a caduceus on it. A skull.
You're telling me you took down Edicas?
That makes me very happy.
We didn't catch his name. He was kind of already dead and blew up.
Well, I was on his ship, and when he got left behind and apparently dispatched, the rest of the ship is gone too.
Let's just say I believe you because no reports of a dead lieutenant has come anywhere near here.
Now, we're not looking to leave right away. We have to inform the others that we found a way out. But if you're willing to help us, we are open to discussion of cost.
You just sound like you want to go to Ghislaine. I have
might not be our only stop.
I have stuff to do here. If you want to just leave the Concordant, you're better off finding another captain and lying.
It might not just be Ghislaine. There is also the possibility that if we decide to stay, and this is where Arthur is going to roll question check, because he's not sure. Based on the vague history, we may have had an idea of them, another cartel member we need to hunt down. There is also the possibility of going straight into the Tempest.
If you want to consider doing something with the cartel, I can consider sitting down and talking about it, potentially. But all other matters are out of my jurisdiction.
Then perhaps we can do business. After all, I owe it to someone's daughter, and what not to take out a few of these people.
And that's definitely aligns with a few things that I would like to do as well.
But should we say have a talk tomorrow, and our goals don't align, then we'll be out of your hair. Of course, I'll pay you a little for your time of listening, but I'm sure that's reasonable enough to understand. We mostly were just returning your, he claimed to be your right-hand man, so honestly, he looks up to you a lot.
He's a good kid. You want to talk about getting rid of the lieutenants and the cartel? Swing by here. No later than 1800. Otherwise, if you just want to leave the Concordant, find someone else.
1800. Six.
Can I roll an insight check to see if this man
Absolutely.
had a...
Well, what exactly do you want the insight for? Like, explain what you're asking for the insight.
Well, I'm gonna burn a thing,
Mhm.
make it a 9. But I wanted to see if this man had any sort of military background or some sort.
You can't really tell if the man is
No.
a military man with a 9, unfortunately.
The
He
hint.
holds himself with an air of leadership, but he's also a captain. That could be it.
Maybe, like, yeah, he did use nomenclature like 1800, but again, they just might be raised by military, you don't know from like one phrase alone. As
Anyway, unless my companions here have something to say, I'll be waiting for them just off the boat.
Sylvie's going to just ask a few questions.
yeah, what are they?
Well, I do hope that we do end up working with you, but in the meantime, I don't suppose you've heard much of Everett Blackhorn.
I've heard of him.
Have beef with him?
Out of the cartel lieutenants, he's actually the least worst. He's still a piece of shit working for them, but he's an honorable man. Or was.
He knows of someone that I am looking for. Possibly would not have heard of the name Flint Errolson. I believe he's gone far underground.
I'm not sure about Flint.
Well, if we don't come back tomorrow, then I'm sure... Do you spend much time in Ikaya, or do you move around?
Typically, unless something here. Typically, unless we've gotten somehow to be on the upper hand of the cartel, we're usually here waiting for information to do so. Don't want to lose too many more men.
If I don't see you tomorrow, then I will see you in the future, most definitely. I'd love
Yep.
to work with you.
If you, when you, like, turn to leave, he's like, one thing about Everett.
Yes.
They call him the one boat navy. So try and be careful.
Always am.
As he walks into his captain's quarters, not unless Dimitri wants to say something.
You a military man?
Close enough.
Where did you serve? If you did.
Trained under a paladin. He was strict.
Who was he?
Everett Blackhorn. He walks inside.
Ooh. I did not hear that because I walked out.
Must be with you then.
Are you two done?
Indeed.
As I'm walking away, I would go and, if I could, garner the attention of one of the many deckhands.
Yeah, they're not, like, they watch the whole thing. Like, when they blocked pretty much the exit, the two Dragonborns that were, like, guarding the gangplank blocked the other side. Once, like, the conversation with Jakurva sort of, like, finished and died down, they parted way for Jakurva to leave, and then stayed that way.
Let's be honest.
No, they don't, but... Actually, they're all bigger than you, most of them.
Nah.
I've got the question to set my curiosity. One of our compatriots decided to be a good idea to go into the jungle. What kind of bad things is going to happen in there? Because they came out with a Dragonborn skull.
It's just
Don't go in the jungle.
It's just a rumor. Don't go in the jungle. You don't come back.
Okay.
cutting from that.
Yeah.
as you guys all walk
Back to the jungle.
Coming to that, let's go into the jungle.
So Christian and Osiris, you guys leave the tower,
Yeah.
and the old lady is now just standing on the equivalent of her porch. She watches you guys start walking towards the jungle.
The camera zooms on her. I keep telling them, no one go in the jungle.
And as you guys like push through the first with the underbrush, you just hear, "If you all die, can I have your fish?"
I'm gonna take that as a yes.
Yeah.
I just found. What? Alright.
Yeah. You push into the jungle. I want you both to make me a perception check as you move in to try and find Terra, who has a minute or so, a bit of a minute. I'd say at this point, like probably a 5-minute lead for you guys to follow after. Holy crap!
I'm probably gonna tides of chaos on top of this.
Yep.
Not tides. David's already used tides.
Oh, good.
Yep. And before we get to the results of your rolls, Terra, you climb down from the trees, and you are looking around on the ground floor with your dark vision that you now have without your monkey eyes. When you climb down, you move a decent bit into the forest, into the jungle, pushing through the underbrush as you can as you just look around for things to spot, and it takes you a little bit to really find anything interesting. But the first thing you see is just some kind of shimmery, like lights, just a little bit further ahead.
Yeah, I'll go towards shimmery lights. I like shimmery lights.
Yeah. You move towards them.
God.
What do you expect?
Don't go towards the light.
As you move towards them, you push through more of the underbrush, and you push into probably the closest thing to a clearing you could find in the jungle. There's less like dense underbrush as a space is like there's still like vines and plants you have to step over and push through, but it's clearer than other places you've been. And you see as soon as you push past the last of them into this opening, the entire area kind of lights up a lot more, as growing all across the ground and up the trees partially are these large, like wide leafed flowers that have these like shimmering bright petals.
They start to glow like this silvery white light.
Do they smell good?
You go closer to smell them?
Yeah.
Alright, you walk towards them and to try and get a smell of them, and as you start stepping close, could you make a perception check?
Oh boy. This is gonna be my fourth nat one.
Oh my.
Close.
You just, as you start walking towards them, you notice the flowers that are closest to you when you start getting closer kind of shift a little in your direction as you're getting closer to them. As you continue to get closer and you like kind of give a smell, they do have a slightly sweet smell to them. But it's strange. It doesn't smell sweet. It like feels sweet as you smell it.
Interesting. I got burning hands on. Have I ever seen any plants like this? Like maybe even in the Feywild or anything?
Nope.
This
Nope.
is just totally new.
You have never seen these, even in the Feywild and the forest, you've never seen plants like this.
How big are the flowers? Like, are they big or are they still small?
They're sort of like Rafflesia sized.
I don't know what that is, so I'm gonna Google it.
Let me. Google
Darian
it.
is also
Could be
Googling. Oh,
big.
those are pretty big.
Those
Yeah.
are pretty big. Okay, yeah. Okay, do they... When they move, do they kind of like shy away from me when I approach them, or...?
Towards you.
No, they're kind of like leaning kind of towards you a bit. Holy crap! The Aphages can grow to be about 3 feet across, so they're big flowers.
They can almost be the size of me. I want to go up and just punch one.
As you
They're
do.
kind of like almost carpeting the ground in like how like they're all over the place. You walk up and you move forward, kind of like reach down and touch one.
And yeah, and like as you do, you feel like it's very soft, like touching like a fuzzy plant sort of deal, as the light starts trickling all over your fingers. As you touch it, can you make me a wisdom saving throw?
Absolutely.
I still feel like this is my fault somehow.
All right. We'll come back to you. Okay, Cyrus and Christine.
Yep.
You guys are pushing into the forest. You know that she has a bit of a lead on you,
Yeah.
and with your pretty damn good perception, Cyrus, you know You don't go in the forest, the jungle. The jungle is a bad time.
Yeah, the whole time I'm like, I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here.
Yeah. You're able to spot a few signs that kind of lead you in her direction. Given you guys are moving quick, and she wasn't really, she was taking her time, it only takes you about 5 to 10-ish minutes to catch up to where she probably descended from the trees, where you find areas where it's like crushed plants where someone would have climbed down, and like broken twigs and whatnot, and you're able to follow a trail that leads deeper into the forest, into the jungle. With your 24, you can also see these same like shimmering lights, though you can spot them from a bit further away than she did.
Does a
Well,
21
I know
get
what
me that
that
as
might
well?
be.
Oh, 21 as well.
Yeah, total.
Yeah, you can also see this kind of stuff. Osiris, not from this distance, you couldn't really tell. There's shimmering lights. It could be a lot of things.
So I don't know what it might be from this specific locale.
No. All you really know about the jungle is that
And
it's
not
a
go in
very
it.
yeah, it's a very common belief of don't go in the jungle. People don't come home if they go in the jungle.
We just make our home here, then we're always at home.
Well,
That's a loophole.
pretty sure
Does
we
she
both
run into
know
that?
that. Yep.
As you
You can see little traces of like the path she led, which head in the same
Yeah.
direction of the bright of those shimmering lights in the distance. I'm assuming you guys keep going that way.
Yeah.
as you quickly you quickly follow to be there, you see the scene of Terra like on her knees, like touching one of these glowing large flowers, and then suddenly killing over sideways and falling unconscious.
As she falls down, the flowers that are around, like where she lands, kind of like shift out of the way, and the leaves like flop over the top of her, as she's almost completely concealed underneath like a blanket of these flowers.
How far away would you say these flowers are?
From at this point, you can just say however far. Like by the
Yeah.
point you can see them, you're only probably like 40 or so feet away.
You
When you
could
push
make
through
them
that
around.
underbrush to get a clear view, you're only like 15-ish feet away from her.
Alright,
Yeah.
how do we go about this?
Does it look like when they consume, like, well, not consume, when they covered, it looks like it's like dripping onto her, or is it just like
No,
covered?
from
So-
what you can see, it's just like she falls down, and the plants seem to like kind of the ones that she landed on, kind of like slowly pull themselves out from under her, and then just return to their position, which just happens to also mostly cover her.
Okay. I'm going to rush forward, bonus action, like summon a spiritual weapon. I'm just going to cut like the stuff like above her that's trying to cover her.
Mm-hmm.
Just get it off of her.
I will like to, because it was a group of flowers or like one big flower.
There's shitloads of them.
Yeah.
Thanks, Missy.
This entire area is like blanketed, like all across the ground, up the trees, partially in all directions, kind of like forming almost like a semicircle in this area. And she's like kind of nearest to the middle of it.
As you run in, you summon your weapon, you slash at the plant. You notice that as like it lifted itself up, that its glow disappeared, and when you slash it, it was still gone. As you get to her quickly, you hold her, but she still seems to be catatonic.
I just want to like just pull her away from the plants themselves.
Yeah, so
Really?
you're grabbing, you cut the one plant on top of her that's like
Yeah.
stopped glowing. You start grabbing her and start pulling her away. Can you make me a dexterity saving throw?
A dex save. That's different.
As Osiris, from where you are, as Christina's pushed through, the other plants that she's had to go past are still leaning kind of towards you, and like even the ones close to you are kind of like leaning in your direction. And as she's trying to pull Terra away, the ones that are behind her are like trying to like kind of lean and press themselves against her legs. But you're able to realize this, Christine, and you like kick them away. As you like kick these like silvery flowers, there's like a shimmer of red that passes through them before they return to their like silvery form.
Is this like anything that would be recognizable in like anything that I've read it in the academy?
You can
imagine not.
certainly try, but I'll.
Excuse me, anglerfish?
Yeah, that's kind of
Yeah, I was
What?
thinking that actually. Anglerfish crossed with like a
You can certainly try and roll a nature check. Or
With disadvantage.
yeah.
there it is. Okay, that's what I was waiting for.
If you want
mainly.
to as well, Osiris, you can roll nature with disadvantage, see if it's something you've studied at some
Okay.
point.
What are those plants in the jungle that are like
Nope.
jars?
4 to 2.
No, neither of
You
know
think
anything about
you
these.
think glowing flower?
Can I use my inspiration, seeing as I remember I have it now?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Which
Do you want
gives
me to
you,
re-roll or use the first
It
one?
was,
That's a 19.
it was the first one. With the 3, Christine, you think glowing flowers, you think dusk blooms. They don't look like dusk
No, they're
blooms,
not dusk
so they're not.
They are silvery.
Cyrus, you with a 23. Even that's like not super enough to give you like detailed lists of what this is. You've heard of some plants that glow, but it's usually some external force that's doing it. This doesn't look like it. There's no coverage above for moonlight to peer down onto these things. So it seems to be physiological in nature, or biological in nature, I mean. But what it does and what it is, you cannot fathom.
Okay. Can I make a investigation? Probably too close. Can I make an perception check to see if all these flowers go to one location?
Yeah, make a perception check.
I'm trying my best just to bring Terra back to Osiris so we're all together.
Yeah, I assume you're like pulling Terra out of the mess of all these plants.
No.
Cyrus, you're looking down and like trying to see the roots of these things and where they're all connected. You see that the stems all drop into the ground, and there's like they have these really wide, thick stems, and they appear to blanket the whole area. And you look where like some of the roots kind of peek the surface, and you realize a lot of these plants are probably interconnected, or this could all be one plant. And then you also notice something else between the plants. You kind of haven't noticed it 100% because of this panic of like, oh god, Terra's now lying face down in a pile of plants. Who knows what's going to happen? And Christine rushing in there. But you realize there's cracking sounds happening whenever Christine is pulling, and you notice these like white, stark, like white bleached, what look like almost tree branches and whatnot, or like curved like stones, all underneath these large leaves of the plants that seem to be crunching under Christine's feet as she's pulling Terra out. And you realize there's at least a couple bodies that have spent probably more than 10 or 20 years under these plants and fully decayed.
Okay.
And I will note that as you're peering around, watching the glow, you notice that going inland further, there seems to be more glows further inland towards the mountain.
Some hive mind shit.
You did technically find the corpses, Terra, yes. So yeah, you, Christine, you're able to pull her out of the mess of plants without them touching you, so you don't have to make a wisdom save yourself. She is not waking up.
I would like to make a really dumb thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta burn a first level spell slot. I'm going to quote unquote target the plants and cast Cause Fear.
Okay.
Okay. You cast Cause Fear on the plants.
Well, Cyrus is like doing...
It is a creature, so...
What's the save for it?
It is a Wisdom save, DC
Okay.
14, because it is a Wisdom spell.
You see as you let out this energy, they all start shimmering this purplish blackish for half a second, and then return standard and rigid with this silver.
Also, you went with the one that Christine cut. Like, she didn't completely destroy the plant. She just, like, basically smashed them in leaves. That one is the only one that's not silver. And it's still, like, it's returned kind of upright, even with the couple broken leaves dangling off. It's just, like, a normal, kind of this, like, reddish, kind of green color. But it's not glowing at all.
During this time, I want to try to just do the basics of waking Terra up. Like, if she was, like, under a sleep spell or something, just using the action that
Yep,
is
you
there to see
shake
if
her,
that
try and
wakes
wake
her
her up.
You
Does not, she's
start,
still asleep.
yeah, you start shaking her and moving her body, but she remains. She's not rigid. She's not like paralyzed or anything. She just seems to be asleep for the most part. Like very much like things that she would do while she's asleep. Like she's even batting you away, sort of deal. Like no, leave me. I'm sleeping.
5 more minutes.
Meanwhile,
That won't help. Okay.
I was like, before we cut away, what are you guys gonna do? Anything else in this area, or are you getting the fuck out?
I'm gonna have. How tall are these trees first?
Oh, tall as shit, massively tall.
Oh shit! Like
you.
Could you give me a feetage?
at least 30 feet, probably a bit more.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
This is
I
like
sent
dense,
Elu
full
up
old
above
jungle.
the brush to be sort of our compass to like telepathically communicate with me for what direction to move in.
Alright, when Elu appears, she like blamps out of your head, all of the plants start like violently pulling in her direction. But as she flies up, they kind of like fall back because none of them can reach her. And then she
seemed to be more than what we were.
More than what you were? Like, what do you mean? Oh, like,
they're
towards her more than like you.
Yeah, they're like a little more aggressive color. Yeah, well, they're more aggressive towards Elu, but when she's out of sight, they return back to this rigidity.
Like the ones near you, like leaned in kind of subtly, like moving slowly. When Elu came out, all the plants in the area like shifted and started like the ones that could move, like how like a sunflower follows the sun. They all moved to like focus on Elu.
As she pumps up, Elu like can send you in a direction where you need to go to return back to camp.
One quick question that I need to ask. I always forget which one is this. This outer essence shard. This is lawful, correct?
Yes.
All right. I want to then. Where is it? Let's just use a distance. I'm just going to basically have Terra with Osiris just for a moment, and just from a distance, I'm going to cast Cure Wounds on her, and I'm going to use the feature of the Outer Essence Shard, where upon using my meta magic, I can use the property where I can end one of the following conditions affecting yourself or a creature within 30 feet: charmed, blind, deafened, frightened, poisoned, or stunned. I'm going to mostly guess poison.
As you place your hand to Cure Wounds, the amulet glows this bright red color, and the energy envenerates down to the Cure Wounds, and sadly nothing seems to wake her from that. Meanwhile, Terra, you're asleep. You're having a weird dream. You're talking about you've got this dream that you're like this very big like dragonborn man, and you're walking through this jungle looking for treasure and such. It seems to be like the jungle seems to be like way smaller than it was before. Like it's probably not even like instead of trees, they're just bushes. As this man is walking by, towards this large mountain that doesn't seem to be covered in any fauna or flora at this point. It just seems to be this very pale white stone. As you're walking, you just see him walk along the road, making notes of different like plants and stuff in like a journal. And eventually he walks up to another one of these flowers that you just found, and is very curious about it. Spends like days drawing it from a distance, like noting down its properties, and then eventually like curiosity just gets bigger and bigger within him, and he makes his way towards it and does the same thing and touches it and falls asleep, and you wake up.
I wake up?
Yeah, but that thing you talked to me about, yeah, you forget that.
I forget that entirely.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
didn't happen at all.
Fair.
Alright, so how long? This is a little while later that she wakes up, right, Adrian?
Yes, this would be. She wakes up in the tower.
You've all brought her back. 1 moment.
I was expecting a struggle to get out of this forest. Nobody leaves the jungle.
Yeah.
God.
That's
Check
because
it
Terra's
later.
been out twice.
Ah, cool. Yeah, so Terra, you wake up in the tower. At this point, yeah, you wake up Osiris and Christine, you've gotten her out. And Xavier, Akfor, and Sylvie, you're getting back at this point as Terra wakes up. Terra, you're very confused because the last thing you remember is waking up on the ship. Was going to bed on the ship.
So I've forgotten about like the entire day we've been here and like the food and everything.
Yeah, and the other thing.
And the other thing, yeah, you've forgotten everything that that happened this previous day, plus
Including
things.
touching the flowers and stuff.
Yep, you don't
Yep.
remember that. You don't remember going into the forest, jungle, nothing.
I just have this cool Dragonborn spell map for some reason.
Yeah.
Upon, like,
It feels oddly familiar.
upon seeing it wake up, it's just like a sigh of relief. So, thank goodness.
When did we leave the boat? Did nobody wake me to leave the boat? Or if I wanted to say goodbye to the boat?
I just, are you okay?
I'm gonna roll.
Down? Fine?
Yeah. I gotta.
What?
I've forgot stuff, so I'm gonna assume I know.
Yeah.
Why are we crowding me? Is a National Watch Terror Sleep Day or something?
You were unmoving under a pile of leaves in a forest.
Jungle.
Jungle. It took you a while to even wake up. Do you know what happened when you touched whatever you touched?
Wait, why am I here? I shouldn't be on. I failed.
Failed?
I'm supposed to be staring at the must. I failed Selena.
No, you did. You did stare at the mast. This is.
No.
You,
I was staring at the must for 2 days, was it?
You were meant to. You fell asleep at the end of the. You fell asleep at the night of this, where it would have been the night going into the second day, so you only made it one full day. You remember failing that. You remember waking up on the ship knowing you fucked that up, because that was the day before.
Okay. I messed up so bad.
No, you didn't. It's okay.
No, I fell asleep. I was supposed to watch it for 3 days, and then I could stay with Selena. I'm a bad sister.
Look at Christine.
she's got like the kind of look of like, this is not the issue right now, but also I can't really say anything because it is also an issue.
I can fix this. And I will cast Ascending.
All right. What are you saying?
The Ascending
Hello, I
is
am
to
Selena.
to Selena. Yes.
Oh, jeez.
Hi. So you might want to give Ascending to Terra. I think some weird memory stuff's happened. She's really beating herself up. She could probably use a call from you.
You get like a near instant response of like, oh god, what happened? Is she okay? What did she do?
You hear as an answer, no, I told you to call her, not me. Fuck.
That was her response to you.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my bad. I send another send. No.
Alright.
So at what point do we actually get back? Just curious.
You guys are getting back as Terra's waking up. So you guys are all back at this point.
As you guys watch as like these guys are walking out, whoever's got her piggybacked, like walking out of the jungle sort of deal, as you're walking back from the dock. As both groups sort of walk into the building, you see the old Dragonborn lady eating some of your tuna.
That's fair.
Yeah, she's like in your kitchen, in the tune, like, I honestly thought you were all gonna die.
Wait. When?
None of you locked the door.
No, we didn't.
Yeah,
but
but
there's an
how did
alarm
alarm
on it.
on?
The alarm already got
Oh.
triggered, didn't it?
Well then,
The alarm would have been triggered.
well then you would have triggered the
Yeah,
alarm.
I would have.
Hang on.
When? How far back would I have noticed? Does it
Does the alarm
alerts
stay
me.
after the last trigger?
Yeah. It's for 8 hours. It lasts the duration.
May I ask a quick question?
Mm-hmm.
like the I just need to rehear Cyrus's thing. Did he say that she got attacked by a flower or just
No.
No, he just said some stuff happened.
I said
Some
some
stuff
angry
happened.
stuff. She could use a call.
Actually,
I'll say it's been about, like, the alarm went off probably about 15 minutes ago for you, Xavier.
Alright, then I'd be rushing towards the fucking thing.
Yeah, so
I
you're,
want to walk over to the lady at least.
Yeah, she's eating the fish. She's like, I thought y'all gonna die. She's like,
Yeah.
he puts on a mouthful of fish.
Looking at the lady, do I notice the note that was left in the tuna?
yeah, she's taking it off and like handed it to you. Your friends wanted to give you this.
Sure. You can take tuna. Everyone else is eating. Do you want some wine as well?
Oh, that would be lovely.
Sure.
Help yourself. There's a seat here, and I'll grab your bottle in a sec, or a drink in a sec.
She just makes herself comfortable, like sits down and just starts eating the tuna.
I read the note quickly, and I'm just like, what happened?
You're all right there, so yeah.
Yeah, at that point, like yeah,
Crucia's coming out.
you
like,
see,
of
yeah,
the-
you see them coming out of the jungle.
And Terra's unconscious. Like, I imagine both me and Asarus are, like, both carrying, because I don't imagine neither of our strengths are good.
Yeah, but she baby, she 4'11".
You have a +1? Cool, I have a negative, 1, so, that's a 0.
Balances it out. You carry her.
Okay, if I see she's unconscious, I'm gonna go and look her over.
Yeah, you do that. I'll look after the old lady.
Yeah, as you like go over to look her over, then she wakes up and we have this conversation that just happened.
Yeah.
Something has been said.
Yeah.
The message starts with, hasn't even been a week.
With this,
Selena being a mum.
would you guys have written this, showing, would showing Tara this be relevant?
Do you show Tara the note?
I guess, yeah.
I believe they wrote this, while we were gone. About you?
You
Terra-
rushed in.
You don't remember a jungle, Tara? What jungle?
What jungle?
You've been into it twice.
Welcome to the jungle.
They had fun and
We've
games.
got fun and games.
No, I didn't.
What would they call that stuff?
We cooked tuna together today.
No,
I can't remember about tuna with Akfa. You hurt his feelings.
You're being dramatic.
you're being dramatic.
Look, I'm not sure what you ran into in there, but we found the captain. Just figured I'd put that news out there. Yeah.
I don't know what any of you people are talking about.
What is the last thing you remember? Where does your memory stop?
I woke up on the boat.
We would have been on our way here.
What do you mean on our way here? I don't know why the tower's here, but when we're on our way, it's there. Whatever here is. We're
Come
not
step.
here.
Come step
Boat.
outside with me. We're not on a boat. We're on land.
I guess the
Been on
tower-
land all day.
And if what you're saying is correct, then you would remember it being daytime, right? As you can see, we're very well into the night. And that nice old lady in there, she's our neighbor for the night.
Are we kidnapping her?
No. She's just eating some tuna we had left over.
We have tuna?
Yes, you ate a lot.
I don't feel very full.
We've got more in there, it's fine.
I want to eat some more.
Okay,
Tara's
you-
just gonna get up, pretty much ignoring everyone to go eat tuna with the old lady.
Oh.
As you start eating with her, she's like, "You make a mighty fine monkey, young lady."
Thanks, I've never been a monkey.
Akbar is staring directly towards Osiris and Christine, as if
What
to
the
say,
hell
what?
I will cast message as I point at Akvor. She literally just wandered in. Thankfully, the lady over there actually saw her walk in. Otherwise, she would have been something by plants that were in there. There were bodies underneath leaves that were decayed.
And she doesn't remember anything.
None of it.
Could this be like a modified memory?
Maybe.
I mean, I personally don't know if I've ever had that on myself. For what I know, I could just be dealing with poison. But
I'm wondering if it is, but I'm also unsure how. Like, those plants were strange.
Strange.
I want
This
to
is
do a
still a
quick
message.
No, that's fine. Honestly, Akbar is responding out loud.
Yeah.
I
didn't want to like tell too much.
I want to do a quick history check. Back with the first gate we found, what was the terrain around that like?
The train around the gate?
Was it messed up and weird in some ways?
It was underground in a cave.
Yeah.
Pretty alright, actually.
Oh, well, yeah, I remember it was underground in a cave, so...
I mean, the first gate you saw was covered, like, the terrain was like gold and treasure.
Yeah, so nothing that was, like, just odd. Yeah, not with that history, definitely not. Is it possible that something is giving life to the jungle?
Perhaps. At this point, I would have stopped messaging. I wouldn't have a clue.
Because
But,
between this and almost promising to go take out the cartel, we've got two big problems now.
Huh?
We found the captain, though he's only willing to help us if we're willing to do something crazy. Otherwise, we just go find someone else to lie to them and get them to take us to Ghislaine.
And what's crazy?
Going after the cartel.
Yeah.
Or going straight into the Tempest.
Why does everything come back to them? Everything.
I've been asking myself that one for years.
Admittedly, the only way they believed we were even worth talking to was that we took out one of their lieutenants.
Like the Endeavor. It's not an easy job.
I mean, you all made it look pretty easy.
Osiris, this is ultimately up to you. Do you have that? Do you really want to settle that score right now?
Could be one more wild adventure. You know what? Perhaps everyone gets some sleep and we make a decision first thing in the morning.
We have to, if we are going to go with this gentleman, he said to meet before 1600, before
1800.
1800, before 1800. He was trained by a paladin, and that paladin's also a lieutenant. So I think he's got that score to settle.
Look into the old lady. Would you like me to wrap some of this up for you and escort you back home?
Oh, my mom, here you go, dear. And she's like, her and Tara were like having a little conversation while they were eating. And she's hands Tara some paper, and he goes, "If you ever need something, feel free to come talk to him." One moment, Tara, I'll get her name for you because you asked.
And if any of you would like some fancy tattoos, I think I do a pretty good job. You just need to come to my shack.
She's like, "My name is like, it's O-Scale Yemo. It's nice to meet you. Some here call me O-Scale Poke."
Tattoos do sound exciting.
Yes.
That does sound pretty good.
Yeah, you remember, Akfa, when you looked up, she had like a little sign on her like front door. It's kind of like a little shop sign. That's like an ink. It's like a quill or like a needle and a little inkwell.
If you got the gold, I also have access to some magical tattoos.
I hate the fact that out of
I'll
character I'm
take
putting
your
pieces
entire
together.
stock.
That sounds very interesting, actually.
Heard somewhere that our party wanted one at one point.
Yes,
Yeah.
they did.
If she's like picks up her stuff, is like, "Well, I'll be seeing you all there. Don't be strangers." She's like, slowly, old lady like walks out.
Tara
Peers back in.
looks at the party, and she's like, "Can we keep her?"
She peels back in. And don't go into the jungle. You don't come back. She walks out again.
Look at Tara when she says that.
Go in any jungle.
It's
Don't
okay, Tara.
And you got this skull from the jungle, and I point to the skull that's literally you have.
This is Barry. Barry has nothing to do with the jungle.
You got Barry from the jungle.
No, Barry came from my dreams. I saw his memories, and so he came to me because we're friends now. You're stupid, so you shut up.
Enough. Get some rest. I'll clean this up and then I'll sleep down here.
I'm so confused. I like imagine that Sylvie's kind of like standing nearish Christine. She's just like, she looks in her 20s, really, but she seems a child. I'm very confused.
Okva's just waiting for everyone to go to bed.
Judging by the amount of people that have triggered the goddamn alarm, I'm lucky if I'm gonna ever get some sleep.
Xavier, maybe you should just take off the alarm for the night. I'll stay and watch.
I can put on the mental alarm, it'll be fine.
I will, leaning closer to Xavier. Between us, Mr. Hothead, I mean I'll be staying up to make sure she doesn't leave.
I will too, don't worry.
Perhaps we take it in shifts then.
I was thinking that.
Now
What do you
go
think?
rest with the others while I clean up.
Alright.
Please.
That's everyone's going down to sleep.
Tara will stay up eating tuna for a little bit longer.
I'll let you take the tray.
So the problem is now everybody's talked about this jungle so much, so now Tara's kind of
Yeah,
curious of this jungle.
I am staying out for a while at least. That's for damn sure.
Sylvie's sort of like not like a heavy sleeper, so she's probably one of those people that stays up like kind of late-ish and then goes to bed.
You're all gonna irritate the fucking cat tonight.
But she's
Yeah.
not staying downstairs. Like
You
I
know
think
damn well I'm staying up.
she's gonna go upstairs and just sort of like read and keep to herself.
Okay, so you go upstairs and read. Basically, who are people actively not going to sleep? Like even after you've had a good eat.
I will go to sleep, but I will take watch with Jakubra. And I also have Slayer taking watch.
I will start going to sleep once Tara does.
Yeah, so does the tower have windows?
That's up to Osiris.
If I did what?
Does
That's
the tower
the
have
tower
windows?
have windows.
Oh. Never imagined them with windows, so I'm gonna say no.
Damn, I was gonna ask something similar, like if there's a rooftop.
There's a
There
roof.
is a rooftop.
Yeah, there's a
But
ladder
you
that
have to
goes
get
up
out
the
by
roof.
windows.
It's like a Parriet isn't the right word, but there's like a trap door that goes to the roof that's got the weird, like, typical tower structure things around the perimeter.
I'm gonna go up there and just chill up there for a bit.
Alright,
But,
so you hang out on the roof.
It's very pretty out.
Do you eventually go to sleep up there, or do you just chill?
No, she goes back to bed after a while. She's
Okay.
sort of a 12 a.m. kind of girl.
Okay. So you're going up there to hang out for at least a decent part of the night.
Yeah.
Before going to bed. seeing Akfor and Xavier are essentially taking shifts watching the front door.
Perception? Or,
We'll wait for that first. Christine, you said you were staying up or something, or you go to bed?
I'm staying up until the very least I notice that Tara's actually going to sleep.
Okay. And Osiris?
Yeah, he sleeps.
Okay, so Osiris goes to bed. Tara, after you eat your fill, what do you do?
She looks at Christine, who I'm assuming is watching her.
Yeah, a bit worryingly, but just trying
What
to
you
keep her
doing,
eye on you.
Christine? Aren't you tired?
I mean, I am, but there's a lot on my mind right now.
You should get some sleep. Sleeping helps you think.
I'll be fine for now. Yeah, I'll be fine.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go to sleep, and Tara's gonna go to her bed to pretend to sleep to hopefully sneak out later.
Okay. So Tara goes to bed-ish. Do you want to make a deception check to see if you can convince Christine you're going to sleep, or is you going to believe her, Christine?
No.
Of course you won't believe her.
I need to at least do some insight to that.
Okay, you have an insight.
Oh my fucking
No,
Christ!
she goes to bed. So you go to bed as well, Christine?
I imagine I'd wait 5 to 10 minutes before I would eventually start to move. I imagine I'd probably like see Akfor like at the door or like somewhere nearby still.
Mhm.
And I'd move up to him and just be like, please let me know if she tries to do it again.
Keep an eye on the ladder to the roof then.
I just love how I've duped both of these characters into being like, please look after her. So now both of them.
Yeah, you have.
Because I was like begged you and I've begged Tara as well.
Yeah, you have.
Alright, so Christine, you go to bed?
No, because he said to keep an eye on the ladder. I'm actually gonna head up to the roof.
I'm gonna make these two
So you
sisters.
go to sleep on the roof or to stay up on the
No,
roof?
I'm just gonna stay up on the roof for a while, at least.
Yep.
Alright. Well, Tara, you're alone on the girls' floor after some time when Christine comes up and then goes to the roof. So what do you do?
I've totally blanked. Did Jeremy say there were windows?
No.
No, there's
No.
not.
Oh, there's not. Okay. So the only exit is the door.
You can go up the roof and
Front door or roof?
Tara's gonna go to the front door. She's gonna try to do it quietly.
Okay, so which means you go down the trap door to the boys' room where all the boys are sleeping.
Well, where Xavier and Osiris are sleeping and Akfar's watching the front door.
Yep.
Yeah.
Literally sitting at it.
So you go down and you see Akfar's literally sitting by the front door.
Is there anything like sort of sitting around that I could pick up and throw somewhere to make noise to distract him?
You can definitely try.
I'm trying to remember what's in the room.
can you roll a stealth check?
Sit in the wind.
We had like maps of the 3 rooms, but I don't know where they are.
I think I've got them. Let me
Because
see.
you made
I
images
just
of them.
summoned some brown bears, right?
Oh my god.
I mean, you could just wild shape.
I'm out of wild shapes. I used 2 monkeys.
Haven't slept yet either.
For the love of God,
Rip.
please.
Unless my nap time in the forest counts as a short rest.
Well, you were asleep for an hour.
Yeah, sorry, they keep sneezing.
No, it's
voluntarily,
okay.
That wasn't
Yeah.
Got
voluntary
very
though.
quiet.
As
True,
you,
it was not
yeah,
voluntary.
as you like carefully get down the stairs, it creaks a little, and you like pretend like the kid before. You start hiding behind the ladder, thinking you're super cool and stuff. But I'm assuming
Pink hair.
Jakurva doesn't even like look your way, but senses your presence and just continues to
You
act.
can just hear it, smell
Yeah.
it, I don't know.
he's not noticing you deliberately, but he knows you're there.
We'll just stop moving to the door.
Is there a place you plan to go, Tara?
I'm going to go pee.
Tara,
Yes.
you're not leaving tonight, I'm sorry.
You would stop me from, I don't know what it's called, but peeing?
There's a bucket somewhere.
Ew.
Relieving oneself?
Ew.
Even if I were to let you out, Even if I were to let you out, the others would not be happy either.
But I have Barry watching me.
You don't realize that you've lost your memory, do you?
See, I still think you're a nipcat.
Unfortunately, I can't let you out, Tara. Not now.
Can I try to rush out and just run?
You can definitely attempt to beat him in a dex
Yeah.
check to bring it out.
You can roll your acrobatics versus his probably athletics to grapple you.
Is this where I say that isn't she a changeling? Could have changed into anyone else and just left?
Yes,
Yeah.
she could have.
Yeah, she could have 100% done that.
I
100%.
just feel like he's just caught her like a football.
Like she's trying to go past and she's doing tackle drills like in Gridine. She just slams into the furry mess that is Jacoba, who's blocking the door.
It visibly hurts Akva to have to try and stop you, but
She points to a corner of the room and goes, "What's that?"
you realize I can see most things in this room, right?
You can't see Barry. I saw Barry.
You mean the skull on your head?
No, I mean like Barry, before Barry was just a chomper.
Perhaps... Tara, do me a favor. I want you to pull up a chair and tell me exactly what you've seen.
Okay, Tara pulls out the piece of paper that she got Coke to write the stuff down on, and she hands it to Jakuba after sitting down in the chair.
If whatever is on this is true, then maybe I can consider it. And Akva will read through it.
Yeah, it's a little. It's not the best drawn. It's actually, you know, it is surprisingly well drawn because the woman you got to draw it is really good with art because she's an artist. Really. It is a little like series of trails, and while you're not sure they're super accurate because you've never seen them yourself, there are spots marked off that could be potentially landmarks and things. And from the way it's drawn, it's marking specific points at the very end of the map where it kind of leads is a mountain. And it doesn't take much to realize that this is kind of like yeah.
Why do you want to go to the mountain? Or why did Barry, was it, want to go there?
Barry wanted treasures. I'm just curious, and I can't sleep.
This isn't something you should go looking for alone, though.
But none of you are gonna let me go.
Yeah. Have you explained to the others the way you've just shown me, though?
Yes? She's
What I'm-
looking away.
What I'm meaning, Tara, is maybe they will go along if you're willing to wait till morning and bring it up with the other stuff.
But that takes so long.
There could be a big mystery here. You could be right. Maybe it would be worth going in there. Maybe we can save another island, in a sense. I understand your curiosity.
Wait, can we just wake everyone up and do it now?
Everyone needs their rest, including you. Plus, are you able to wild shape at the moment?
Yes, I can, and she's just straight up gonna waste a wild shape and just turn into a bear and then just probably crush the chair underneath it.
Does she fail to wild shape is what I'm asking.
What do you mean failed wild shape?
I'm curious if you had any left.
Like, did you attempt to wild shape? Is what he's asking, and then
Yes.
it not.
Yeah.
You.
That she wild shaped into a bear probably breaks the chair.
Yeah, you get. Oh wait, you did? You can?
Yeah.
Okay, then yeah.
Okay. But what happens when that one runs out? How many more do you feel you've got in you?
She puts up 2 bare fingers and puts one down.
I'm not as... I don't pretend to understand druids, but if that is the case, I think you might actually be out for the day.
She turns back to little Tara. She kind of crosses her arms and just sighs. I can do 2 between rests. It's always been like that, but it's either I can bring up Mr. Squiggles and really super duper power him when Mr. Squiggle does fun stuff. or I can do this, bear, things, cat.
Tara, can you please promise me just to go get some rest for tonight? It's better we all go in fully powered, don't you think?
Ribbon, are you right there?
Mr. Squiggles is around.
Fine.
Thank you. I'll make sure to keep an eye on this map and show them as well.
Tell them Miss Poke did it. She's nice, and I still want to keep her.
I get the feeling a few of us are gonna visit her as well tomorrow.
With that, Tara will just start to go back upstairs.
Okay. As you head back upstairs, do you reluctantly go to bed?
This time she will reluctantly go to bed.
Okay. Just need to ask Darian a question.
Yep, I'm waiting.
Does she put the picture of Selena back on? Or does she leave it blank?
Doesn't know what that picture is. She just.
Oh no, she doesn't!
She's like, I don't know what that is. And just put Barry on top of it.
Oh.
Alright, so you're on to bed, Tara?
Yeah.
Okay. You go to sleep. Time passes. Sylvia, eventually you come in and go to bed as well.
Yeah.
Christine,
I will-
it's like past midnight at this point.
Yeah, I would mention to say that I did stay up there with Sylvie for at least a little bit. Probably not talking, but just saying what the reasoning for me being up here was.
I think like when you walk up to the when you go into the rooftop, she'd like give you a look, like give a nod, and then keep reading. Like she's like, she's come up here for some fresh air and privacy. I'm going to give her that.
More than I was expecting, to be honest. Yeah, wouldn't sort of say much else. And like after, I think probably not long after Sylvia goes down, seeing that no one's really left properly, I'd head down myself and fingers crossed seeing Tara's actually a bit in bed.
Yeah. So do you go to bed yourself as well, or?
Yeah.
Alright, you go to bed. Akfa, eventually your shift watching the door ends and Xavier swaps out with you.
I plan to go up to the roof to both meditate, then honestly just pass out. I
And
basically plan to
message-
sleep on the trapdoor, if that makes sense.
Yeah, like on the trapdoor to the roof.
Yep.
Alright, cool. So
That
you
way
go up.
no one can come in.
Cool. You go to sleep on the trapdoor on the roof. Tara,
Yes.
while you're asleep, you need to make a wisdom saving throw, but you automatically fail.
Okay.
And I'll message you what that means.
Nice.
Oh boy.
Jesus.
I will
As
wake up in the jungle.
as the night goes on, as those of you who relaxed on the rooftop as the night descends, almost looking, for those who were there, the two of you, almost looking at the actual star charts that were in the priestess temple, the mountainscape fills your usually dark nights with light. A scattered glows of this silvery white light appear along the mountain. And on top of it, towards the summit, this large pillar of the same silvery white light rising up into the sky.
This is I would have seen this as well when I was up there, right?
Yeah, while it's nighttime, whoever is there can see this.
Okay.
Are we waiting on a thing to do, Darian, or?
No, it's all good.
Cool. As everyone rests to the best of their ability,
The next day comes.
the next day comes, and
I think it's a good place to end.
yeah, I was gonna say, before anyone does
See
anything,
that?
we end it there.
No visit from the fates. Sad times.
How'd you like staying in Ukiah puzzle?
I liked our flower puzzle. That was fun.
Yeah,
Told
I like
you we
the
weren't
jungle
leaving.
puzzle.
I also
Staying in the Concord puzzle.
Told you we weren't leaving.
You don't have to stay in the Concord.
Listen,
Well, if we want it
choice
now.
at this point.
the dude told you if you're going to keep getting yourself into this kind of trouble, look for this specific captain. That particular captain has one thing he wants to do, and it involves getting into the kind of trouble you guys
I
got
like
yourself
it.
into.
I'm interested.
Not against what Arthur wants to do either. So, I mean,
I can make nice.
We can actually
Yeah.
get some things.
You can go to a different captain. You're not going to be like, no, you're not allowed to leave.
No, it was
Yeah,
just
but it's
this.
right here now.
A lot of things are right here now, apparently.
Yeah, let's go get tattoos.
But yeah,
Hell yeah.
welcome to Ikea. I hope you had fun. A lot of this stuff, like some of these things were planned months and months ago. Some of these things are new. Like Old Scale Young was like yesterday.
The night tattoo shop didn't exist 3 days ago.
There are a lot of tattoo stores in the KC, which is that, well, like, I'll put one here, why not? Fuck it.
I mean, if you need tattoos, I got plenty.
I'm very interested in getting.
If you need 200 more, they're releasing the second book next year.
Holy
Nice.
I've already backed it, I won't lie. I put it in the home.
No, fair enough.
Look, it's the only thing it's the only author I physically get copies of, so
No, it's good. Support homebrew. It's a good time.
hell yeah.
yeah.
Especially
June
with
2024 is the plan.
Especially with Wizards of the Coast. 10% more on all new books. Really want to get back into collecting that, huh?
I mean, not to advertise, but the second one will have 200 plus tattoos, whereas the first one only had 100 plus.
Oh my god.
Do our streamy people have any streams that want to mention?
I will potentially be looking at going back into streaming.
Nice.
Provided life doesn't decide to keep me in my non-existent state for the third time that I've tried to do this.
Twitch.tv/Zesera, right?
Yes.
Yeah. We've got Twitch.tv Nox Skyfall. He plays Dimitri Xavier. He plays Pokemon Intimate Fusions on Saturdays, I believe. And every other Friday, not this one, but he does his own homebrew D&D campaign, Ruins of Rosio. That's also good.
It's a good time.
And Twitch.
Everyone's having fun.
Is Twitch.tv Snowfox, are you doing anything lately, or?
I've mostly just been recovering this week. Next week I should be back to normal.
Go watch. I don't know what Sam plays, but go watch that. It's a good time. Tomorrow I'm playing DK64. I'm gonna finish Gloomy Galleon and get out of there. I played Jetpack for 45 minutes. I hate Jetpack. If you're a game developer, do not pull your old games in your game and make it tied to completion. I will kill you.
Just play 7 Days to Die.
I mean,
You want to.
I would.
At this point,
Play that again.
I am playing that again lately.
yeah, why don't you do that? Just add the stream interactivity, and you can have a fun time.
We might. There is plans.
Dancing you again.
There is plans to consider doing that once either Zelda is done or something. It's gonna be a Thursday stream potentially. Darren threw a wild boy idea at me that I want to do, but we need the right people to not hate us afterwards.
I don't trust myself to not hate you afterwards, AJ.
No, that's
I
fair.
already hate you,
You're my
so I'll be
friend, but
fine.
no. I don't think I can.
It involves Monopoly. That's all we'll say.
That's all you need to know.
Is it the okay?
But yeah, that's that. Tuesday is going to be probably Viscera. Last week I played Vernal Edge because these two are sick. We're going to have one more round of Tuesday streams as Tuesday streams. And then if we finish Halo on Thursday, they're switching around. But Kay won't be there on Tuesdays until another month, so I'll be doing solo stuff on Tuesdays afterwards.
Hey, I'm giving estimates. I'm not giving confirmation for anything.
Yeah, I know. But that's what's happening. For now, it's Viscera Cleanup Crew. Wednesday is my Monster Sanctuary fun game. Thursday is Halo Combat Evolved finale. Hopefully, Kay says it's hell. I believe her. We might not finish. We might not. I hopefully we do.
Fingers crossed.
And next Friday will be session number 12 of Guardians Rebirth. I took all their shit. They lost. I won. Now they're gonna win again. Because they're better than me and they're cool gamers.
Poor little child's been traumatized.
Pedro, why do you hate us so much? You just want to like go TPK.
This is funny.
Yeah, fair.
I've only done it 3 times on stream.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're back in 2 weeks' time for session 49 of Whispers of the Atheneum presents Echoes of the Forgotten. That's a fun time. We're almost at 50. 50 is going to be interesting, but it's not going to be super special in any way.
Yeah.
I think we're
Whereas 50
interesting.
now could be Journey into the Jungle, and we have a lot to write if that's the case.
Yeah.
I only have 2 questions about that jungle, and they're both very unimportant.
Oh, who knows? Maybe not. We'll find out.
But for now, I think we'll call it off so people can head off and do other things. We'll talk to you at later dates. Me tomorrow, everyone else sometime. But for now, we all say goodbye. Bye bye.
Oh yeah.